Hello, welcome to another mother flipping stream. How about that? Welcome. Bet you didn't expect that shit to happen. Hello. Welcome. Hello, apparently potatoes. Hello, Maxic Cizé. Hello, Beta. Iguduk, Lazy Grid, Mr. Botka, Essenti, Adrian, Arin, Itzel, Sirius Sergio, Funk Chi, Mustafa, Rukivam, Zainith, Darlington, Sydney. Hello. Hope I didn't miss anyone. John, I think I saw John there. Hello, Zainith, Human Abstract, Gnolex, welcome. So today is Monday, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is in fact Monday, and that means today, according to the schedule, we are supposed to be doing a language development, right? We're supposed to develop Lisp in C. But since there's currently Advent of Code in place, that means we're gonna do first an Advent of Code problem, and then we're gonna go and continue development of Lisp in C, right? So obligatory Advent of Code problem, and only then the project. So yeah, and the thing about the Advent of Code that I'm doing is for every problem, I'm using a different language. So it's a completely new concept that I made myself up. Nobody done anything like that before. I am the first one, right? So yeah. And again, we already solved like 12 problems in absolutely different languages. Rust, Haskell, Java, C++, Python, even Perl, like we tried them all. And there's one that we haven't tried yet. The forbidden language. The forbidden language on the GNU/Linux platform. Yes. I'm talking about C#. And that's what we're gonna do today. I heard the problem 13 is a huge pain in the ass. And yes, I'm gonna try to solve it in a language that I absolutely don't know. I know nothing about C#, and on the platform where it's not supposed to work at all. Yeah. So yeah, let's just jump into it, I suppose. Nothing much to say. So I'm not gonna use .NET Core because I have no idea how to set it up. So I actually installed Mono C#. So I have MCS. So this is a Mono C#. And the only thing I know about it is that it allows me to take a CS file with a C# source code and turn it into .exe file, which is actually PE Microsoft Windows executable with the .NET intermediate representation. I don't know how it's called. I think it's called CLI. I think yeah. So common something language, interpreted common intermediate language, common interpreted language. I don't remember. I don't care. So yeah. Mono for extra suffering. Like, it's not like we need something from the latest .NET Core or anything like that. Like, would we even need anything but procedures, ifs, loops, arrays, and maybe reading from files? And I'm pretty sure you can do these kind of things in Mono, whatever version of Mono I have here. I'm not even sure what version of Mono I have here. So it's a version 5, 18, whatever the fuck it is. So it doesn't really matter, right? So, and yeah, let's just fucking jump into it. Mate. Alright, so here's Advent of Code. Advent of... yeah, it's this one. Advent of Code. So, let's fetch from origin. Hello, Ghost Rider. Welcome to the stream. So, I would really ask you to speak English because our audience is primarily English speaking, and it's too much work for me to translate every Russian language in English for everyone to understand. So I really apologize for that, but it is what it is. Alright, so we didn't fetch anything, and that means everything's okay. So let's actually create... I haven't read the problem yet. So let me create a C#. I wonder if it is safe to just name a file C#, considering that sharp is, like, I mean, hashbound is, a special character in Bash and stuff like that. So maybe I'm gonna just go with C# just in case, because I'm not sure how safe it's gonna be. All right, so, and let's start Emacs from within the development environment. Speaking of my hair, by the way, Ghost Rider bar, so you can check out this command. So, Home Dunk, welcome to the stream, welcome. All right, so, I have no idea how to program in C# at all, seriously. Like, I'm gonna Google up C# hello world. Yes, that's how bad it is. Okay, C# hello world. Yes. Okay, so that's kind of cool. I think I do have C# mode in Emacs for some reason. I'm not 100% sure, but I do think I have it. So how should I call the file? Should I call it with a capital letter or not capital letter? They don't really talk about files at all. So .cs, yeah, they don't talk about files at all. They just talk about source code and something. Okay, so I'm gonna call it main CS then. I have no idea if it's a correct way of doing that, but yeah. So this is gonna be a namespace main. Do I really need a namespace? Can I have a namespace with the same name as the class inside of it? Is it even feasible? And then I can have static void main. So there's too many mains to be fair, but maybe that's okay. So, and I already know how to get the command line arguments. You literally take them from the arguments here. That's kind of strange, like, whatever. I suppose I have to do everything like that. And then we do system console right line hello world. Isn't that epic? Okay, let me try to build this shit. I know that you have to do something like this, and remember, names cannot be the same as enclosing types. Okay, so main name. Okay, so what if we call it main class? How about that? Is that better? Yes, it is in fact better. And look. So this is a file, and this is PE32 executable, you know, mono.NET assembly for Microsoft Windows. What's strange is that on my machine, I can just go ahead and execute it, and it works. I have no idea how the fuck it works, because it's not an alpha executable. And it's literally, like, it starts with MZ, right? MZ is usually like a PE executable. BeanFMT, I have no idea what the fuck is BeanFMT and how it's gonna help me, how it's gonna answer that question. But anyway, by the way, hello, I'm Course94. So yeah, apparently I can do things. I can do things with it, which is cool. So might as well actually start making a makefile. Yes, I'm gonna use makefiles to build C# projects on Linux. What's up, Miyazaki? Is namespace needed? I think it's needed. I'm not 100% sure, but let's actually check it out. So what if I remove? Yeah, here we go. I have a C# mod for Emacs. All right. So yeah, it is not needed apparently. So fuck namespaces then. Like, why the fuck do you need a namespace if you can just compile like that and it fucking works? Yeah, boy. If I try to run that, by the way, is it gonna? Yeah, that just fucking works. There we go. Who fucking needs any of this shit? We're gonna have a target main.exe main cs, and it's gonna be mcs main.cs, and that should be okay. And if I try to do a makey, it will create an executable. Cool. Now let's try to iterate through the arguments. Right, because the arguments are really crucial for our application, for our style of development. Alright, so I wonder if you can do something like for each. Oh shit, it does support for each. Can I do something like arg in args, and then do something like system console right line arg? Will that work? Let's find out. So does it compile? No, it doesn't compile. Type identifier, so it needs a type identifier. Okay, so is it gonna work like this? In. Okay, so it wants in. I never programmed in C#. I'm literally guessing how to work with that based on the keywords highlighting and what the compiler tells me actually. So that's kind of cool. So, and if I try to do something like this, it didn't print anything, which is kind of expected. And what if I do something like hello world full bar? I can iterate through all of the command line arguments. There we go. So that's pretty goddamn cool. Is it compiled? Yes, it is compiled. Yeah, again, we need to introduce like a file path or something. So here's the file path. And we're going to do static. So I suppose the style of C# is that all of the methods has to start with a capital letter, right? Is that the style or something? Oh, anyway, I'm going to do it like that. Solve file, right? And it's going to be a string. And it's going to be file path. Do I start the variables with the capital letter or not? So I suppose I'm gonna assume that not. All right, and so now I wonder if we'll be able to just call so. Yeah, I should be able to do that. System console write line. By the way, what if I want to have several arguments? Is it possible to do something like that? So input file, then space, and then file path. Is it something that is possible here? Solve file path. Is it gonna work? Okay, it does compile, in fact, and let me try to do the following thing. So it's gonna be main.exe. And if I provide something like sample txt, input txt. Yeah, oh, it didn't print them. So you cannot do shit like that. But why did it compile then? Why the fuck did it compile? Try plus. I mean, okay, cool, but why did it compile? That's the most important question. If write-len doesn't accept like several arguments and shit like that, why the fuck did it compile? It shouldn't. It's not supposed to compile them. Do we have any professional C# developers in the chat who can answer me that? I'm just gonna sip my tea. You can add, and it will take the additional argument. Add where? Ah, wait, it's interpreter. Oh, it's like an elf interpreter, right? Oh shit, I think I understand what you mean. It can be that's actually so. mcourse94, thank you so much. I wanna check it out, but after the stream, right? Thank you. That's a very interesting topic, right? So, all right. Yeah. Oh, it has to be. Okay, I see. It has to be like this. All right. And it crashed. Input string was not in the correct format. Aha. Okay. So, C# format output. Let's actually Google that. Compose formatting. Okay, there is a like string format. Oh, we should open up a little bit faster. Thank you, Microsoft, for being so fast. Okay, so this is 0. Oh, it has to be numbered. I suppose it has to be numbered, so it has to be something like 0. Really? Okay, sure. I'm okay with that. Cool. And I think, yeah, that is it. This is the whole boilerplate, and it was easier than I expected. That's kind of strange. But in any case, let's just jump right into the problem. Advent of Code 2020, and the problem 13. Let's find out what it's all about. Hopefully, the description is not too boring and huge, because I hate huge, boring walls of text. Okay, so the wall of text is not that big, so it's manageable. All right. So shuttle search. Your ferry can make it safely to a nearby port, but it won't get much further. When you call to book another ship, you discover that no ships embark from that port to your vacation island. You will need to get from the port to the nearest airport. Unfortunately, a shuttle bus service is available to bring you from the seaport to the airport. Each bus has an ID number that also indicates how often the bus leaves from the airport. Okay, so ID number, and it somehow indicates how often it leaves from the airport. We don't know how yet, how that indication is happening, but okay. Bus schedules are defined based on a timestamp that measures the number of minutes since some fixed reference point in the past. Okay, are defined based on timestamp that measures the number of minutes since some fixed reference point in the past. Okay, at timestamp 0, every bus simultaneously departed from the seaport. After that, each bus travels to the airport, then various other locations, and finally returns to the seaport to repeat its journey forever. So far I don't understand what the fuck is going on. Okay, the time this loop takes a particular bus is also its ID number. The bus with the ID 5 departs from the seaport at the timestamp 0, 5, 10, okay, I see, and so on. The bus with ID 11 departs at 0, 11, 22, 33, and so on. If you are there when the bus departs, you can ride that bus to the airport. Your notes, your puzzle input, consist of 2 lines. 2 lines only. The first line in your estimation of the the first line is your estimation of the earliest timestamp you could depart on the bus. The second line lists the bus ID that are in the service according to the shuttle company. Entries that show X must be out of service, so we decide to ignore them. Okay. To save time once you arrive, your goal is to figure out the earliest bus you can take to the airport. This will be exactly one such bus. For example, suppose you have the following notes. Okay, here the earliest bus you could depart is 939, and the bus ID... I don't understand what the fuck is going on. Okay, the bus ID is a service... okay, at least they have some sort of visualization. Okay, I can appreciate that at least. I can appreciate that. So, okay, I think I'm starting to understand what they mean. So it's a particular timestamp, the earliest timestamp. Okay, it's the earliest timestamp, and it all looks like a modular arithmetics. It all looks like a modular arithmetic, I think. So the earliest bus you could take is bus 59. Right, bus. Okay, that makes sense. I think, like, they should have just showed it, like, in the first, like, instead of all this explanation, and just it makes sense. Okay. Alright. It doesn't depart until timestamp 99, so you would need to wait minutes before it departs, multiplying the bus ID by the number of minutes you need to wait gives 295. What is the ID of the earliest bus you can take to the airport multiplied by the number of minutes you will need to wait for that bus? Holy shit, okay, so apparently X's can be ignored, but I think they might be used in the future in a second part, otherwise why the fuck you would need them, right? So, but maybe it's just to debate us. So, the real problem here, by the way, the real problem is how to read from a fucking file in C#. Read from okay, for fuck's sake, mate. C# read from file. How to read from a text file. C#. Okay, let's actually research that. So we can do system.io read all. Oh, that's actually kind of fucking cool, mate. And you can have some. I suppose this is a raw string of some sort. Okay. So let me try that. So this is the input, and I'm gonna do system.io file. I'm gonna assume that it's gonna be available to us. Right. I can even read all lines. Oh my god, that's so cool. But I'm gonna try to read all text first. Right, I'm gonna read all text, and we're gonna read that from the file path. Right, so this is the file path. And can I try to let's actually do something like this. Is there like something like auto or let? There's let, right? So C# type inference. Can you do something like that? Type inference in C#. So you have to do it as var, right? So it is var, similar to how it is in here. So we're gonna have a content, right? So this is the content. And then I'm gonna try to print that content, right? Write line content. That's kind of strange. Why did it highlight it so weirdly? But okay. So, and here's the content. So after that, oh yeah, I forgot to update this thing. So we're gonna have a test. So that means I'll have to build that main.exe, and we're gonna have inputs. And where are the inputs? It's gonna be, let's go with the sample. Let's go with the current sample. And of course, this entire thing works like this. This entire thing works like this. And let me take a look. Cool. So here it is. And if I try to run this entire stuff, will it work for me? Yes, it did in fact work. I can just read the whole content. That's fucking amazing. Cool. That's already better than Perl. I'm not gonna lie. To be fair, that's already better than Perl. So just for the comparison, your experience working with Perl on Linux is way worse than working with C# on Linux. Just think about it. Programming in Perl on Linux is more painful than programming in C# on Linux. Let it just sink in. So even mono C#, seriously. Anyways, so far at least, I mean, I haven't encountered any problems yet, but maybe. Okay, so I want to read the lines because I will need to iterate the lines. Well, not really iterate the lines because I already have everything, but yeah, whatever. So let's try to get the lines. Read all lines, and I wonder if I can just print the lines like that. Will that work for me? Nope, it didn't work, but it printed like only the first line, which is so strange. So how does it work? So what if I do something? Wait, is this how it's gonna? So in C#, if you have a function that accepts variadic arguments, you can put array there and they're going to become the variadic arguments. Is that what it is? That is so strange. Holy shit, not gonna lie. That's really strange. Like probably like in my opinion, there should be some sort of like unpacking going on, similar to how you do that in C++ or JavaScript. So, you know, in JavaScript, you can do something like unpacking array. I'm not sure if it's called unpacking the array, but unpacking array into separate variables. Yeah. There are some ways to do that, specifically in arrays. Yeah, there you go. So there is like a spread operator, right? So it's sort of like a spread operator. You look like Professor Xavier from X-Men with your shaved head. Cool. Hello, Dijkstra the Genius. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, I would expect it to have some sort of unpacking, but I mean, what it is. As it works the same way in Java, write line text an array of objects. Oh, I don't remember how Java works with variadic functions. That's probably why. Yeah, that probably explains it. But like, I mean, for a little bit of more strictness, I would expect to have something like unpack or spread operator. But it is what it is. Whatever. This is good enough anyway. So then we need to parse the ID, right? So to parse the ID, I need a way to convert string to integer. C# string to int, right? String to int. So we can do just one of these things. How to convert? I really enjoy how easy it is to Google think for C# because how popular it is. It's just amazing because a lot of people use it, and you know, yeah. Can I do something like, so here it is, so it's gonna be var exposing myself as Java Dev Monka Geek. Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with being Java Dev. Come on, Java Dev are paid really well, so don't worry about it. So I'm gonna parse line 0, and that should work hopefully. Okay, variable ID is assigned, but it's never used. Okay, that's totally fine. Okay, so C# split string by character. Is that a thing you can do? Divide string into... Okay, there is a split. Cool. Cool. How to split? You can just literally split it, okay? So we take lines 1 and then you split it by commas. You can split it by commas. And I suppose split returns you an array, and I wonder if there is like any way to map it. Probably not. Probably not. So, but after that we can just iterate them as buses, and do the following thing essentially. Or can I do something like that? I think I should be able to do something like that. Var, so bus in here, bus in here, and we can also check if bus is not equal to x. That means it's not missing, and that means we need to... I think this has to be stored. Linku. I don't know how to use Linku, I'm sorry. So... I think like for each is going to be enough for my particular case. So then we're going to have bus ID, and bus ID is essentially just int parse bus, and there you go. At this particular case, we have... Well, to be fair... yeah, so essentially we just have to find the earliest one for this particular case. So it's essentially a modular arithmetics, right? It's essentially a modular arithmetics. And that modular arithmetics... Oh yeah, I know what needs to be done here. I think I know. Let me pull up my... Pull out, I mean, not pull up. You pull up your pants. Dust yourselves off. Okay, so there we go. I don't know why I feel like I need to draw that, but I feel like I need to draw that because I'm a visual person. This is actually quite funny. I'm a very visual person, right? For me to understand things, I need to draw them or see them. And as my vision declines, I feel how I become dumber and dumber over time. So I definitely need to go get new glasses prescribed. So yeah, anyway, so you have this your start, right? And you have things that, you know, are like that, and they go here, something like that. So essentially, so this is bus 1, bus 2, bus 3, bus 4. By doing something like s mod, this is mod, by the way, bi, you're essentially finding this distance, right? That's what you're finding. You're finding this distance, right? Because it's a remainder of the division. So then you can take, but you need to find this distance instead. You need to find this distance instead. And how can you find this distance? Well, you basically subtract this result from bi. And what you need to find? You need to find the closest distance. Make sense? Probably makes sense. I think that's basically how you do that. At least that's the only solution I can come up with right now. And people say it's the easiest one, so I wonder what's going to be in the second one. I haven't seen the second one yet, so it's going to be probably pretty hard. Okay. So we need some sort of an answer, right? Some sort of an answer. And initially, since we need to find the biggest number, I want to initialize with this thing with something like max value. And what's funny is that I'm not even sure if this is a correct, thing. If S be equal, then this should be a special case. Should it be a special case? Should it be? So, you know, it consists of the earliest you could depart on a bus. The second one. To save time, you arrive, your goal is to figure out the earliest bus. So, here's the earliest. So, do they even say it, talk about this, isn't integer max value? I don't know. I don't program in C#. That's a question for you. Like, do I look like somebody who programs in C#? Really? Look. Do I really look like somebody who programs in C#? Like, look closer. I have no idea. Who fucking knows? Maybe this. C# max int value. I think so. Oh, thank you, Google. Very cool. So there's int32. Oh, wait a second. I guessed it. Did I fucking guess it? I think I fucking guessed it. Oh shit, got cooler, by the way. I literally guessed it. Well, at least it's consistent, okay? At least it's consistent. So basically I derived that from this fact. So like types apparently have static methods for working with them. And if I were a developer of C# standard library, I would put this limit information into the static field or static method of int. So, and this is how I tried to guess it. Parse throws exception and failure returns a false. Thank you. Very cool. How does it solve any of my problems? Yet another proof that this solution is pre-recorded. Yes, exactly. So let's continue. I have no idea why this thing being 0 would be a special case. Ah, yes, I see now. Okay, I see why it would be a special case. If the bus arrives at start, yeah, I already figured it out. Yeah, I already figured it out. I just, you know, I just substituted the result here, and I instantly saw why exactly, because it's not gonna be null. Yeah. So stream delay. Yeah. Okay, if bus ID mod, I'm gonna assume that mod works as everywhere else. Mod, it's actually not bus ID but start mod bus ID equal 0. That means answer is gonna be, well, essentially it has to be 0 answer. But probably it's never gonna be 0. That means it would be so easy. Do we have anything else? What is the idea of the early bus you can take to our port? It's probably never gonna happen because this would be too easy, but anyway. So can we do something like minimum between answer and 0? You never know, to be honest. Yeah, that's true. Semicolon, and answer here is gonna be minimum between answer and you know, bus ID minus start mod bus ID. Yeah, probably like that. Is it gonna compile? Is it gonna compile? It does not even compile because probably it's something like this. Let me try to guess. Let me try to use my godcoder powers. Okay, maybe, okay, wait, don't say, chat, don't say anything, don't say anything. Math. Oh, fuck me, okay. So, alright, I don't have enough godcoder powers. Max or min. So math, max method, well, is it system, God fucking, I'm pretty sure it's system math. Yeah, system math. Yeah. Shit, I need T, chat, I need T. Yeah, there we go. Got cooler, by the way. But can I do some shit like using system And so I don't have to do all of this shit anymore. Like every time I need to access system, I just don't have to do that. You know, all of this shit. That'll be kind of cool in my opinion. IO does not exist in the current context, really? So do I really have to do it like that? That's really strange. Using system. I don't know. I don't program in C#. Is that something bad? So using system IO, if I recall correctly. Well, okay. So I mean, it already compiles whatever. So I'm okay with, you know, just doing this kind of thing. But okay, let's do it using system IO. So I can get rid of that. If it compiles, it works exactly. It doesn't even compile. Okay, whatever. It doesn't work. I shaved my hair too, like you today. Sure. Doesn't matter. Stop bike shading, chat. All right. So it seems to be working, and here's the minimum, and we need to do what? The earliest bus you can take is bus ID. It doesn't depart until blah blah blah. What is the ID of the earliest bus you can take multiplied by the number of minutes you need to wait at the bus? So that means the result is gonna be. So this is a solve file. Let's introduce something like I'll never stop backshading. Sure, buddy. Solve. Let's call it part 1. Right. It's gonna be part 1. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna just call it like this. It's gonna be part 1, and it's gonna be integer. We take the answer and we multiply it by the bus. Oh, I need to keep track of the bus ID as well, bruh. I need to keep track of the bus ID. I'm so fucking lazy. Okay. I need to keep track of the bus ID. I know how to do that. I'm just too lazy. Okay. Maybe I can. Nah, I need to constantly compare them. Imagine being a professional bike shed builder. Yeah. I need to come up with the name. Is it gonna be called answer bus ID? Let's pull it -1. Okay. Okay. So let's call it wait. Is the amount of minutes you have to wait. Right, the amount of minutes you have to wait. Let me try something like this. So it's gonna be like this, and if it's equal 0, that means it's gonna be 0. Otherwise, it's gonna be that. Right, it's gonna be that. And we're gonna get rid of this thing. So we're trying to minimize weight, right? So we're trying to minimize weight. Mixing concrete types and var. Jesus Christ. Okay, so this is a weight, and all right. So this is an answer weight. This is an answer weight. And if weight is, we're trying to find the minimum. If it's less than answer weight, that means the answer weight is going to be weight, and answer bus ID is going to be bus ID. There we go. So, and after that, we can just take answer weight, multiplied by answer bus ID. Chat, I severely need tea right now. I really need some tea. Let me know if you need help with the coding. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Thank you. Thank you, because I was really afraid to ask any questions. Yeah. I just started to code recently, like a couple of weeks ago. I really need some help. Thank you so much. Like how every time we use a more popular, the chat becomes way more annoying. Yeah, that's the price you have to pay. That's the price you have to pay. But look at the amount of views. Just look at the amount of views. Yeah. Anyway, so this is what we're gonna. Oh yeah, by the way, part one. Right line. So this is gonna be. Yeah, boy, boy. So this is input file 20. God damn, I was so afraid to ask any questions, but luckily, you're being so encouraging. It's just fucking amazing, mate. So this thing has to actually return nothing. Cool. I'm super happy. I'm super happy that this shit works. Are we gonna first try this motherfucker? What do you guys think? But Zojin, why are you not using FPF for this? Because I started to code recently. I just literally started to code recently. Okay, boom. 295. 295. I first tried the sample. Let's take a look at the input. I know C# can be hard, especially if you come for C++ or similar languages. Yes, I know. It is in fact hard. Just like my okay, so what do we have here? That's actually very small. That's very small input. Why is it so small? Why is it so small? This is really fucking suspicious, you know? Because that means the part 2 is gonna be hard as shit. Because why is the input so small? Okay, we'll see. It's like a... God fucking damn it. Is that some sort of... wait a second, is that some sort of like a classical scheduling problem, right? Let me guess, it's some sort of a classical scheduling problem. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm not really good at scheduling. Okay, so here's the make file. We're gonna input kind of sus, not gonna lie. Yeah. Okay, so this is the part 1 for my input, and let's just put this thing here. And bruh, first fucking tried in language I never fucking programmed before. No, I don't know it, but yeah. So already somebody actually spoiled everything. But I heard about it, so we'll see. Okay, so that's it's kind of sad. So now, basically, you just ruined an epic content for everyone, because basically no one will see me struggle anymore, because I know what to Google for now. Anyway, so before I gonna try, you know, solve that, I want to make a cup of tea. You should just ban spoilers. It is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. All right. So does anybody have any questions while I'm making a cup of tea? Because yeah, before I'm gonna try to attempt part 2, I'll definitely need some, you know, some tea. It's not a solution, just a math behind it. Oh, you're really that bad of an opinion of me. Okay, thank you. So, yeah. Convert to C#, congrats, enjoy your stay. Sure. Yeah. I finally found the language that I actually like. Did you see Julia? Who is she? I never see her. Never saw her. Who's that? Well, at least I finally will get an opportunity to try that theorem out, because I heard a lot about it. I assume. Got him. All right. So, got him. So I'll have to go to kitchen. To turn on my kettle, and then I'm gonna go back. Then I'm gonna go back. When is Java session? You missed it. You missed it. Imagine actually missing how we programmed in Java. Look. No. Look. This is the list of all of the languages we used in Advent of Code so far. And you missed them all. Anyway, I'm gonna turn on the camera. So, by the way, you can actually watch the VODs in our YouTube channel. So, and we have a special playlist of Advent of Code there. So all of the Advent of Code streams are in a playlist, in a separate playlist. Just go there, click on the playlist tab, and you will see them all. So yeah, you're welcome, by the way. You're welcome. Sorry. Yo, welcome back. Now, so let's try to read this shit. Okay. The Shuttle Company is running a contest. 1 gold coin for anyone that can find the earliest timestamp such that the first bus ID departs at that time and each subsequent. Listed bus ID departs at the set subsequent minute. Okay, one more time. The Shuttle Company is running 1 gold coin for anyone that can find the earliest timestamp such that the first bus ID departs at that time and each subsequent time listed bus ID departs at that subsequent minute. One more time. Find the earliest timestamp such that the first bus ID departs at that time and each subsequent listed bus ID departs at that subsequent minute. The first line in your input is no longer relevant. Holy shit. Okay, so for example, suppose you have the same list of I think I'm just dumb. I think I'm just dumb. For example, suppose you have the same list of bus IDs as above. An X in a schedule means there is no constraints on what bus ID must depart at that time. Okay. Another one. This means you're looking for the earliest timestamp called T such that bus ID 7 departs at the time T. Bus ID departs 1 minute after. There are no requirements or restrictions on departs. Okay, bus ID 59 departs 4 minutes after T. Okay, that makes sense, I suppose. Is it even possible to find something like that? Is it even possible to do something like that? I think I understand. I think, okay, so far. But this is the most horrible sentence I've ever read in my entire life. Jesus fucking Christ. This sentence was not written for human beings. I'm gonna tell you that. That is not for human beings. So, the only bus departures that matter are the listed bus IDs at their specific. Okay, the only bus departures that matter are the listed bus IDs at their specific offsets from T. Those bus IDs can depart at other times, and other bus IDs can depart at those times. For example, in the list above, because bus ID 19 must depart 7 minutes after the bus ID will also be departed with the ID at fucking distance from me. This example, there is some timestamp at which this occurs is this one. Right, so here are like consequent minutes and shit. But, okay, so we kind of like ignore them, I suppose. In the above example, the bus ID 7 at timestamp 7 minutes. This is fine. The only requirement on that minute is that the bus ID departs, then it does. Here are some other examples. With so many IDs, your input list surely the actual earliest timestamp will be larger than. So what is the earliest timestamp such that all of the listed bus IDs depart at the offset matching their position in the list? This is such a horrible description. Holy fuck. I can understand the idea, what they're trying to say here, but holy shit, this is so poorly described. Oh, holy shit, like, okay. Because I understand the general idea, okay? I understand the general idea, but I feel like that I might miss some very important details that will screw me over, right? And that's why I want to read it one more time. But it's so fucking difficult to read. It's so fucking dense, and it's just, what the fuck do you want from me? Anyway. List interpreter and see afterwards. Yeah. Thank you, Jiang, for supporting me. The shuttle company is running the contents one, okay, whatever, can find earliest timestamp such that first bus ID departs at that time and each subsequent listed bus ID departs at that subsequent minute. The first line in your input is no longer relevant. Okay. Did Google went down? Maybe. I don't think so. It works for me. And I also listening from YouTube right now, so I don't know where you guys are. By the way, my tea is ready. So you can't Google up solution now. I think I can. Can I? Because I can go to Google. So yeah, works for me. Works for me. So I don't know what you guys talking about. Oh shit! I forgot my mug. Okay. Alrighty. Don't refresh YouTube. Okay. I'm gonna keep listening to it then. Alright. So, access means there is no constraints on what bus ID must depart at that time. Okay, this means you're looking for earliest. No requirements or restriction. 4 minutes. Cool. Nice. You can definitely approach that in a very brute force way. Right. But we can try to formalize that and see how we can go about that. So, where is my paint? Where is my paint? So, you have two bus IDs, right? You have two bus IDs. So, it's gonna be B7, which is equal to 7, right? So, I'm gonna just denote this thing here, and maybe B13, which is gonna be 13. Right, so you need to find such S7 that that mod B7 is going to be equal to 0. So that's what you need to find, right? Hello Setfu, welcome to the stream. RIP Google Doc assignment. So apparently, like, Google is really down. What's funny, like, let me go to YouTube. What the hell is going on? What's going on? Oh yeah, YouTube doesn't work. Yeah, but I'm trying to open it on a second tab, so it definitely doesn't work. YouTube, Gmail are down for sure. What the fuck has happened? And it's a worldwide. Okay, waiting a huge article on Hacker News. So it's telling us how like 69% of the traffic in the internet has stopped because the Google was down for 5 minutes. Yeah, like this is roughly going to be the title of the article on Hacker News. Yeah, like 69% of the traffic just went down because fucking no Google. Because Google is so huge, it's a huge greedy corporation. Look, it's the internet. Yeah, so this is going to be like that. Because I've seen this article multiple times already in the past, and that's how it's going to go. What are you doing? Your mom! No, I'm doing Advent of Code 2020. The problem, I think the day 13, part 2. Yeah, that one. So I think my tea is ready. Are you from the future? Yes, I am from the future. Okay, are you guys ready for for TSMR? You guys ready for a little bit of a TSMR? Because I'm about to provide. Yeah, I went to AFK and actually accidentally, you know, dropped Google. Here is AFK, yes, here is AFK. Let's see what this sound. This French press is making really weird sounds sometimes. Tree tort, yes. Okay, so this is the S. So this is the first thing we need to find, right? The second S13 that we need to find has to be something like B13, and it has to be equal to 0. But what's funny is that now at the same time S13 has to be equal to S17 plus 1, right? So that's another sort of limitations, and you have basically the chains of these limitations, right? You have the chains of these limitations, and we might as well actually just substitute S13 with this value, right? And maybe even just end up with something like this. All right, S7 plus 1 B3 also has to be equal to 0, and so on and so forth. And something like that is for each of the buses, right? So you can continue that, and also taking into account the missing cells, right? So we're gonna have this like a you know, a system of equations, right? So we're gonna have like this system of the equations. Thank you, Endless Fridge. Thank you. All right, cool. So what's funny is that what is the reminder? What is the reminder? I can even sort of demonstrate that. Si plus some sort of n mod. Actually, not I. It has to be 7 because it starts with, like, we're gonna do that relative to the first one anyway. Some sort of bi also has to be equal to 0, and this is the whole system of equations. All right. Must be plugged kettle. Oh yeah. So that's why Google is down, because I needed somewhere to plug my kettle too. All right. So that's why I needed all of that. And I feel like there is something in the properties of module that can sort of help me to do something like that. When you say that A mod B is equal to 0, what do you usually mean? you usually mean that there is such C that multiplied by B will be equal to A, right? Yahoo stock prices goes up to 500, okay. So if 10 is divided 2 by 5, that means there is such C multiplied by 2. Okay, so there's such C will be equal to A, right? And that C is essentially, A divided by B. Right. It's essentially A divided by B. Yeah. Okay, so welcome back. Welcome back. Okay. Refresh the page, by the way. Refresh the page. Yeah, because you're probably gonna have like some sort of a delay. Yeah. Finding S7 that takes into account this constraint is actually relatively easy, right? It's actually relatively easy because it's basically any, right? It's any like C multiplied by P7, right? Any C multiplied by P7. So finding such C, Yeah, I can see why this thing would be difficult. So essentially you need to know some sort of property of this equation to actually efficiently solve it. And if you don't know the property of that equation, you probably won't be able to solve it. And you probably, it's probably kind of difficult to invent it on the spot. So that's the conclusion I can come to. Yeah. So in C++, if C++, so you can basically just keep multiplying things like that, right? And keep checking this C and checking all these conditions, and it's probably going to be super slow. It's definitely going to be slow. And we're talking about some sort of like a bigger number, right? They were talking about. However, with so many IDs in your list, surely the actual earliest will be larger than this value. So that means that we have to start like somewhere from here. What is the earliest? Depends from 10, matching their position in their list. Factorial. Factorial what? I don't quite understand. Pairwise coprime. Are they? That is very, very interesting. All right. What's up, YP name? Welcome to the stream. YouTube supposedly works while logged in. Okay. I think they're Prime actually. Are they? They surely do look Prime. Is 863 Prime? Is 863 Prime? They all Prime. Check if Prime. Oh, wait a second. I have like an easy way to check if it's Prime or not. So I can do factor. Right, yeah, it is actually Prime, and the rest of them are definitely Prime. And 431 is also Prime. Cool. So what that gives me? I'm not sure if it gives me that much of an information. Okay. Sure if that gives me that much. Why do we have so many people watching? What the fuck? Hello everyone. What are you watching here? Okay. So it's gonna be part 2. And I think I'm gonna copy paste the second part. So I might try to just brute force this entire thing. Oh, by the way, do you have like long arithmetics in they came here from broken YouTube. Oh, okay. Here for the Lisp. I mean, I'm not sure if we're gonna have Lisp today because this problem is kind of difficult. Okay, so we expect file path. So let me try to find C# long arithmetics. Long arithmetics. Do you have something like big integers in C#? I'm pretty sure maybe that is not needed here. So C#, big integer. So there's a system numerics. I don't know how to pronounce that correctly. I wish it would load up a little bit faster. So yeah, I think cool. Do you have to like call methods plus? How do you sum them up, for example? How do you sum them up? You can parse. You can. Okay, so is there something like plus? Okay. Is there binary plus or just plus? It's kind of strange. Returns the value of integer operand. Huh. But I suppose, yeah, okay, so it does have something like that. Just use long. You think long will fit into that? Think long will fit into that? How many, how much does it fit there? So it's 15 characters, and if we take a look at this thing, so 2 to the power of, let's say 64. Yeah, I think it may fit there. I think it may fit there. Yeah, it will fit there. So it will definitely fit there. Okay. So maybe it will fit there. So this is the part, and I'm thinking what can be. So I'll have to constantly iterate through everything if I'm gonna, you know, brute force this thing. And I'm pretty sure it's not really brute forceable, right? It's not really brute forceable. Unless you're doing something. Okay, I can. Okay, so I'm gonna just implement the brute force solution, and I'll see if it's gonna fly or not, and then we're gonna try to work on a Chinese reminder theorem, just read about it and see how we can adapt it. So that's gonna be the plan, right? So because obviously, like, if you don't know that math behind it, probably it's gonna be kind of difficult for you to invent that, and it's really unfair if you don't know it. I'm gonna just try like my best approach, whatever I can come up with in my head, and we'll see if we can use that. And if we cannot, I'm gonna just try to, you know, accept the defeat, and we'll look up what it's all about. All right. So it would be kind of cool to actually store all of these values in some sort of an array, right? To store them in some sort of an array. So let me copy paste all of that. So this is the lines that I'm reading. What the hell is this language? Hots and plots. Welcome to the stream. Imagine still caring about programming languages. Jesus Christ, dude. Come on. Okay. So is there any way for me to push into the array? Is there any way for me to push into the array? So because I want to still maintain like the distances between them and their offsets, right? That's what I want to do. C# push into array. I'm pretty sure I need to use something like dynamic array or a vector. Best way to push into C# array. Okay, tell me how to properly push into C# array. So we can resize, but I'm pretty sure this is not the best way of doing that. Is there something like array list or something like that? There is a list. Is it like pushable? Like what is the list? Is this a linked list or is it like a continuous list? Okay, you're all talking about list. What is the list? What is list? So C# list. So just saying list is not helpful, right? What is it? It's advanced array. Really? Okay, so I need to read about that. Why is YouTube offline? Why are you asking it here? Represents a strongly typed list of objects that can be accessed by index, provides methods for search, sort. Why did they decide to call it list? It's so strange. So the following example demonstrates several. Okay, I don't care. The parameterized constructor used to create list strings with the default. The capacity property is placed, then add method. Okay, it doesn't really explain it much. Like, what's the underlying representation of list? I suppose they're not gonna tell me, right? I suppose they're not gonna tell me the underlying representation. What's the underlying representation? What's the underlying representation? Not gonna tell me. Okay, so I'm gonna just accept it then. So it's gonna be system generic something something. Okay. Do I have to do something like using system? Holy shit, my Emacs is slow. What the fuck? What the hell is going on? Wait a second. What is going on? Like my CPU is fucking crazy. The fuck? Excuse me? Alright, so I don't know what's going on, but my Emacs is just so fucking slow and everything is fucking slow on my machine. Holy shit. And it's primarily Chromium is doing some fucky-wacky. Look at that, it's primarily Chromium. God damn. Went for a loop? I didn't think so. I didn't even start doing anything yet. So let me close my paint. Maybe it's my paint. No, it shouldn't be my paint. Also, I have way too many tabs open. I think that could also contribute. I think that can also contribute to that. That can also contribute to that. Okay, let me start from scratch. Let me start from scratch. Come on, you can do that. I wish you just load up a little bit faster. Thank you so much. Okay, so okay, C# list. So people say that its underlying representation is some sort of a, you know, vector. It's continuous, right? I cannot see that off the bat in the implementation. What it lists under the hood, it's a continuous array, but most things are boxed anyway. Okay, thank you. Yeah, why don't they just tell you? Are they so... Do they have that bad of an opinion of their users that they just won't tell that information right away because it's too much for their small brains? Is that how it is? Like, why do... It's so sad, actually. Right. Yeah, an average C# programmer won't care about this kind of information. I mean, they don't need to know, right? I mean, an average C# programmer, am I right? Generic. Okay, so here it is. I suppose this is how we're gonna do that, right? what I needed here. Okay, so I need to have like buses here. So it's going to be list. It's going to be integer. All right, and we're going to have IDs. Right? Do I create that somehow when I want to create like a list? Do I do new list? Do I do new? Yeah, I do new list. New list. Oh, it's so. What the fuck is going on with my machine? It's so fucking bad, and I don't know what is going on. All right. Cool. So, and we also need to keep track of offsets, right? So let's actually keep track of offsets and see how it goes. Track of offsets. Now, if bus not equal, so we also have to keep track of like of IDs, right? So the current offset, if x not equal x, IDs add, yeah, we'll have to do something like parse bus, right? So we're gonna put that there, and to the offsets, we're gonna do add offset, and every time we'll have to increase the offset. All right, I wish I could print that array somehow, but I'm not sure how to properly do that. So it's system console write line, and can I do something like this? IDs to string, and just convert this entire thing to string and just look what's inside there. Is that a thing I can do in C#? I have no idea, to be fair, because I never programmed in C#. So let's find out. It doesn't even compile because no extension method add. Who told me that I have to use add? Who told me? Fucking lied yet again. Oh, it has to be big. Okay, yeah, I keep forgetting that the method is supposed to be big. Yeah. But I mean, somebody still lied to me. So in here we'll have to supposed to return something. And there we go. So it doesn't return shit. Okay. So it doesn't like print shit, unfortunately. It doesn't print shit. I wish it could just convert it. Oh my god. But what if I had an array? Is it possible to convert that to array? And maybe that will help. So if I do something like to array and to string, right? And yeah, it didn't help either. So you literally have to iterate through all of these things and just like print them one by one. Cool. What's up, old man? Welcome to this stream. Okay, so ID. Okay, can I actually iterate them like this? Console write a line. IDs, and I wonder if I can index them. No, I don't have to index them since I do for each. And let me see what's gonna happen. Okay, finally I can do this kind of stuff. That's cool. That's pretty cool. But probably what I'll need in the end is iterating by indices. So it's gonna be something like IDs, length. I'm not sure if it's length or len. Maybe size. Is it size? I'm gonna try to assume that it's len, right? You never know what it is because it's, you know, I'm not familiar with this language. Offsets. So this is I, and we're gonna have two of these things. And it didn't work because it's not len. Maybe it's length. It is does not contain length. Is it size? Maybe it's one of the. Maybe it's property. Maybe it's not a function. So let's try to do that. Maybe it's a length but property. Maybe we have to do that. Maybe it's size but property. Maybe I don't know. How do you do that? Is it count? Okay. Cool. Thank you so much. I really appreciate how each individual language calls these things, first of all, differently. Second of all, they differently decide whether it's going to be a member or a function. So I really, really appreciate how each individual fucking language just does different thing, so it's convenient for fucking everyone. It's so good. It's not a waste of everyone's time at all. Whew. Cheers, by the way. So, is it gonna work? It fucking works. Jesus fucking Christ, that was hard. But, yeah. So, that's cool. That's cool. And what is our answer? So we're gonna start with the answer. I think it has to be something like long. And a boom. I wonder if it's gonna compile though. So answer is available, but it's not used. Okay. So what we can try to do here, we're gonna start with a very first thing. So by the way, do we even have the first value in the input? Yeah, we do have it. We do have it. So essentially what I can try to do, I can try to find the C. Oh goddammit, I already closed my paint because I thought my paint caused the pain. But yeah, so I want to try to find C. Right, essentially the closest value that is divisible by the thing. Right, if you take answer, divided by IDs 0, but you actually do that plus IDs 0 minus 1, so it will snap to the, it will rather seal than floor, right? It's gonna, you know, seal. You will get, yeah, you will get that C thingy. Yeah, you will get the amount of times you need to multiply this thing. What are you guys talking about? So, okay. So that gives me this C that I can try to increment over time and just check if everyone like complies with them. And then I can instantly return out of the procedure. Why chat suddenly died? Is the stream okay? Because everyone was just shitposting, but at some point everyone just stopped. Is everything okay? Maybe. Oh, I know. YouTube is up. Let me guess. Yes, YouTube is up, and everyone left the stream and stopped shitposting. Okay, that makes sense. Google is down. Okay, I see. YouTube is back. Hello, Professor Bob. Yep. YouTube waiting stream. YouTube waiting room, by the way. Yes, YouTube waiting room. So if I, so I'm pretty sure the first one is not divisible. So if I take this, I take answer, and then I do +1. Right, I get that C that I always wanted. I get that C that I always wanted. So while some true, right, we need to check if everything's okay, right? So let's do some sort of like a boolean. Found is going to be false. While not found, we're going to keep doing this thing, right? We're going to keep doing it. Might as well actually do 4, right? I'm going to just try to do 4. And then every time we're going to do +1. So that's basically what we're going to have here. Maybe answer is not particularly needed. Yeah, answer might not be particularly needed. So let me put it like this. Okay. Test. Why is we don't endorse bullying on Twitch? Yeah, I too do agree with you. No bullying, no harassment or anything like that. Yeah. So what do we have here? So it's going to be that plus that, and let's just iterate through all of these things. It's going to be int I 0, IDs count, right? IDs count. Guys, what are you testing? What are you testing? So, and after that, so what are we doing? So I take IDs not multiplied by C. So this is the current. We know for sure. Yeah, IDs. So it's relative to the 0th one. So we know for sure that that one is correct. That means we'll have to only check the second one. So IDs 0. This 0 multiplied by C. This 0 multiplied by C. So that gives us the first S that we need to work with, right? That gives us the first S that we need to work with. After that, we need to add the offset, right? So actually offsets I, so that gives us the offsets. And that thing should be divisible by IDs I. There we go. I'm not quite sure, like maybe I should do everything in longs just in case. And every time I parse everything here, it's also going to be long. And yeah, so if this thing okay, if it's divisible, everything okay, but we need to check if all of them are divisible, right? So let me see. So we're gonna automatically assume that this is found. Then if one of them is not equal, we instantly put found to false, right, and continue doing this kind of thing. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, that's okay. So this is the algorithm, and once it's found, oh yeah, so this is gonna be the answer. Once it's found, we'll have to return this answer. Does it make sense? I'm not sure if it makes sense, but at least I tried. I just watched your Java bot, what a scuffed language. Thank you. I really appreciate your compliments. Okay, so cool. So I want to go through this scuffed solution one more time to make sure that I didn't forget anything, right? Was day 12 in Java? I remember. It's the third day. Third day was in Java, actually. Yeah, by the way, Mbakoto, you can check out the source code of all of these things here. Right, you can check the source code of all of these things here, and I actually marked all of the languages, right? So this is all of the languages that I used so far. All right, so let's actually go through the solution one more time to make sure that I didn't do any, you know, special fucky-wacky. Okay, so here are the lines, and I have special lists because I need to maintain offsets and whatnot. All right, so the first one, if it's not equal to x, we parsing it and adding the offset, but we always increment the offset, so it should be OKEG. So we filled up IDs and offsets, and they should have the same size. So we have a boolean found. So we know for sure that our solution, our timestamp, is greater than this thing. So that means we need to start from a particular C. For a particular C. So by doing something like this, right? We make sure that it's after the threshold. Okay, and then we start in the iteration and we do like +1 or something, right? So what we need to do, we know for sure that ID 0 is correct because we sort of we sort of base all of our assumptions based on that. I wonder, like, if we base on the biggest number here, would it be faster? Would it be actually faster, I wonder? That's actually interesting. So one of the things we can do to speed it up, not asymptotically, is to get the biggest number here and step by that number rather than by first one. And in that case, the offsets are going to be like a left and right and so on and so forth. So this is one of the things we can do. But I'm not 100% sure. So I'm going to just try that and we'll see. And another question, can we step more than one? Maybe there is some property where that will allow us to step more than one to actually check things quicker. But right now I don't really care about this situation. I just want to double check that I didn't do any mistakes, any severe stupid fucking mistakes. Right, found true. So well found, and that if one of them all of a sudden, right, if one of them all of a sudden is not divisible, this is instantly false, and we go into the next iteration. We instantly go into the next iteration. I think I didn't make any severe mistakes. So right now I'm talking about, you know, correctness of the code. I'm not talking about, you know, performance or anything like that. I just want to make sure that I didn't make any sort of like severe mistakes. Okay, let me try to compile main.exe, and it doesn't even compile, right? Because this thing is supposed to return long, right? Chat, why are you dead again? Why are you dead again? Is everything okay? Because every time chat is dead, I'm just afraid that maybe the stream is down. Stupid fucking mistakes, man. Yeah. Oh shit, I still have tea. Because we like being dead. Yeah, I see. All right. So let's see if it's gonna work or not. You know, I wonder if we can test that on the input. Because what's funny about our input is that it starts a little bit earlier. So we can do something like start and put this thing here. Yeah, so here's the start. Start, and this is the production. And we're gonna have another start, which is the testing start. Start, which is a little bit smaller, right? It starts like, we're gonna say that it's gonna start like around here, right? Just to test if I did everything correctly. So it's a testing start. And we might as well replace all of these things with 0. So we have 5 of them here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Going bald in winter is definitely an interesting strategy. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that unless you go outside naked, which I definitely do not. So, I mean, yeah. I also live in Siberia, by the way. Did you know that? So, yeah. And, you know, I have a hat, right? So when I go outside, I just put a hat on. And, you know, it's a pretty cool invention. Not gonna lie. It's a pretty cool invention. It just came from Michael Reeves and stream music literally the same. Yeah, because we're watching the same stream on YouTube probably. I use a bear cup. The fuck? Hats? You have hats in Russia? Yeah. You put cat on a head. Yes. Alright, so where in Siberia? Specifically Novosibirsk. There is like a city in Siberia called Novosibirsk, which is considered a capital of Siberia, pretty much. You know, the 3rd largest city in Russia. New Siberia, yeah, exactly. Alrighty, chat, alrighty. I know it well. I've been there twice for Codfest. Oh, nice. Yeah, we actually have like a, you know, event called Codfest here. I think it's organized in Akademgordok, exactly where I live, by the way. So let me But I don't like participating in these kind of events because they're kind of boring, to be fair. Okay, so here's the input, here's the sample, by the way, and our goal to at least get first occurrence of timestamp. Oh, the earliest timestamp that matches the least, this thing. Okay, so I think we're ready to start, chat. I think we're ready to start testing. So I removed the input, and I'm gonna just try to run it. And okay, so that's very strange. It returned me this weird thing, right? It returned me that, which is not particularly correct. Oh, this is because I'm an idiot. Yes, 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 yes. I'm supposed to not return C. I'm supposed to return IDs 0 multiplied by C. That's what I'm supposed to return. Yeah. And there we go. And does this match? Does this match whatever we have here? I don't think so. It's actually really weird. It's supposed to match this thing. Why does it match the next one? Wait a fucking second. Why does it match the next one? Not very active today, but I just went back from. Oh, okay. Hope everything's okay. My condolences, by the way. So, yes. Let me see. Let me see. I forgot what. Yeah, so it does. I think it has something to do with. Well, it's found. Maybe it has to be -1 because once you found it, it will essentially, I think, increment. Yeah, because it increments afterwards. I think. Yeah, so I think this is one of the things we'll have to do here. I think this is one of the things we'll have to do here, and. Yeah, there we go. So here it is. Here it is. So we found this stuff. So it works on a sample, right? It works on a sample thingy. But now we need to check if it's gonna found equal true. Well, I mean, we're definitely gonna find something because the input is actually, you know, crafted this way. Okay, are we ready to try to test and see if it will work on the, you know, on the production? Okay. Okay, everything is okay. So it does return correct stuff. So what I need to do now, I need to switch to the production, and for the make file, it's going to be input.txt. And let's just run it. And of course, it takes too much time. Of course, it takes too much time, but I wonder. So I think it's gonna take too much time. Yeah, at least it compiles way faster than Java. That's already an advantage. Let's now wait. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be in 20. Oh, congratulations! You finally managed to figure out statement. Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. Do you like it so far? Do you like it? Yeah, because it enables you to, you know, maintain the state and stuff like that. All right, so maybe we can step a little bit faster. It's pretty nice, not gonna lie. Well, yeah, it's essentially more abstract I/O, right? So some people say that I/O is a state monad where the state is the state of the world, basically, right? But anyways, because being mutable was the only way to make it be fast enough. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, it's okay. Just remember that time heals. It's gonna be okay. Don't worry about it. It's hard indeed. But yeah. I know what it is. I know what it is. Alright. So... one of the ideas that was said in the chat is maybe we can step a little bit faster, right? Maybe we can step a little bit faster, and one of the things that I can see to step faster, right? One of the things I can see to step faster is maybe use this as the pivot number, right? To use this as a pivot number. But I'm not sure if it's going to speed up things dramatically because the asymptotic is going to stay the same. The asymptotic is going to stay the same. You know what, chat? I think I want to make a small break because I need to refill my water, and I also would like to make another cup of tea and maybe think about things. You can go even faster. Yeah, I can imagine. So people already hinted that all of these numbers are prime, so you can probably use that information somehow. I'm not really sure how yet. But yeah, so I would assume that at this point, an improvement in this algorithm would be just, you know, just try to find some information that will help you to move fast and just skip more and more things. So probably gonna work in that direction, but after a small break, of course, after a small break, because yeah. God fucking damn it, mate. Why are you spoiling everything? Or maybe you're not spoiling, maybe you're trying to debate me. Maybe that's what you're trying to do. But yeah. Small break. I think I'm gonna do 3 minutes. I think I'm gonna do 3 minutes. And yeah. Okay. We had a second for production. No. What? I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. All right. Let's make a small break. And you guys, you know, enjoy the break. Not late, not late. Just a second, by the way. I'm really sorry, OCD fucking kills me every time. Oh, okay. Whew. All right. So yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So how can we move faster? Is there any way for us to move faster? Is everything okay? Yeah, everything is okay. LL Xor, thank you so much for Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you, and welcome to our epic OCD club. Yeah. All right. I just I wasn't sure if I closed the tab. So yeah, it's just, you know, it's my regular OCD, you know, from time to time. Just use a gel. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you for support. OC Sharp D. Very funny. Happens every time. Yeah, I know that feeling. It's the feeling when you're like, you don't trust your own brain. It's just the worst. Okay, so how can we move faster? How can we move faster? So I feel like picking up the biggest number is not gonna help much, right? It's not gonna help much. What's gonna help? Maybe there is some sort of a pattern that we can utilize here. For example, at which point we actually stop iterating? Wait a second, can we actually... All right, let me... So we can try to find... Can you lower the music? I think music is okay. I think music is okay. Why everyone is telling me what to do? What the hell is wrong with you? Like, lower... Well, at least you're not telling me, you're just asking. So somebody asks me to lower the music, somebody asks me to stop rubbing my head. I want to listen to my loud music while rubbing my head simultaneously. Just let me do that. Just let me enjoy my life, okay? Use mesh shaders. I'm gonna use mesh shaders while rubbing my shiny head and listening to loud music, and there's nothing you can do about that, okay? If I want to do that, I'm gonna fucking do that. No, write code, yes. Okay. What if we can step by something more than that? By something more than that. What if we can determine something like this? Okay, so while not found and if not found, and by the way, we're not gonna... What if we do something like... So this is like +1. C is gonna be... I have a strange feeling. Oh, Panapudi, welcome to the stream. Use task shaders. Alright. Awesome job, Twitch, what's that? Let me take a look. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, nice one. I feel like that after checking something, we can just try to snap it to something. Yeah, so essentially, what is the biggest number? What's gonna be the what is supposed to be the biggest number? The biggest number is supposed to be the offset of the last one. Like this thing plus the last one. What is the last one? The last one is going to be offsets count -1, right? And we need to snap it to what? We need to snap it to what? Yeah, we'll have to divide it by IDs. By IDs 0 plus 1. So you see, yeah. So essentially we are incrementing C not by 1, but actually by the whole period, right? So we try the first period, then the next period, and so on and so forth. So you see what I mean here? Yeah, we basically jump by periods, and I wonder if it's gonna speed it up dramatically or not. Maybe not, because probably not. But I mean, it's worth a try, right? And by the way, here, because we check that we found something or not, we don't have to do -1 anymore, right? So this is quite important. So this is in fact quite important. So I really apologize. I'm gonna just check that everything is okay. All right. And it didn't really help much, as you can see. It didn't really help much. Yeah. I wonder how quickly it actually, you know, goes. We can try to do console. I know that when we're writing to the output, right? It's not gonna really do stuff. It's not going to be fast enough, right? Because, you know, output into the console slows things down dramatically. But this is a very slow way of doing that, that's for sure. That's a very slow way of doing that. So what else can we do? So I think I sped it up quite well. We can see how quickly it moves. It definitely moves, like, yeah, it moves a little bit faster. And we can see if it actually solves the sample. Let me see if it solves the sample, because that's the most important part. Does it solve the sample? Does it solve the sample? Oh, shit, I'm sorry. And let's comment it out. Let's comment it out. And it doesn't solve the sample. Nice. It literally doesn't solve the sample because it probably skipped it. Welp, that's bad. That's very strange. So offset, this is offset, and that means we'll have to maybe... Wait, what? That is so strange. Why did it... It's not the earliest one. It's really not the earliest one. But maybe. This is what we have to do. Oh yeah, okay, so I just didn't have to do +1. You can consider them also. I'm not sure if they're gonna help me, to be fair. I don't think they're gonna help me. But yeah, so the sample is actually working here, and yeah, this is gonna be just the input, and yeah, just more test cases. Yeah, I just need more ideas on how to move quickly. So this is another idea to how to move quickly. What else could be used to move quickly? So obviously they sort of oscillate with a particular period. You can't brute forces. Thank you, Captain. Very cool. All right. Now, what other ideas can we have here? So again, all of them are primes. All right, so I think at this point I probably give up, and let's actually Google up Chinese remainder theorem. So because what's funny is that I heard about this theorem before, but I never had an opportunity to apply it. And I never seen anyone like using it to apply it. So let's actually learn about it. So, in number theory, the Chinese remainder theorem states that if one knows the remainder of the Euclidean division of an integer n by several integers, then one can determine uniquely the remainders of the division of n by the product of these integers under the condition that the divisors are pairwise coprimes. Cool. So that was not really helpful. I really like when people take math and use natural language to explain, to describe it, right? So instead of like mathematical formula, they just give you like a statement in natural language, and you're supposed to understand it. That's supposed to be understandable. All right. So like, it doesn't make it like easier to understand. It just actually makes it worse. Just give me the formula and let me figure out it myself. Yeah. Just give me maths. Yeah, exactly. So let n from 1 to k be integers greater than 1, which are often called moduli or divisors. Let us denote by n the product of ni. Denote by n the product of the ni. Okay, so we have a multiplication of all of them. The Chinese remainder theorem asserts that if ni are pairwise coprimes, like I do know what is a pairwise coprimes, right? So also coprime setwise is a if the guys is set 1. Okay, so they're to be fair, they are already primes, so that means they are already pairwise coprimes, so that's okay. If integer such that for every n, and then okay, this may be restated as follows. This is so bad. All right, so I'm not gonna use Wikipedia. Wikipedia is trash. Number theory. All right. So, oh Jesus Christ. Suppose we wish to solve x. Excuse me. Suppose we wish to solve this and this. What are we solving here? Is there something unknown here? Oh, x is unknown. Okay, so we need to find x that by module 5 and is going to be 2, and by module 7 is going to be x. Okay, I see. So yeah. So essentially, this is a mathematical notation in a programmer's notation. You would have. Oh my god, Emacs, please. Okay, in a mathematical notation, you would have something like mod 5 equal to and x mod 7 equal 3, right? So this is that, but in a programmer's notation. Your previous drawing was basically this set of equations. So, no shit, Sherlock. You think I don't know? I'm really sorry. Like, it's kind of like, winds me off every time people tell me in the face the most obvious, not helpful thing ever. Like, yes, I know. Thank you. But I really apologize. Like, yes, like I know that's exactly what we're doing. Like, just leave me. I'm sorry. Like, I shouldn't be reacting like that. I'm really sorry. And just really apologize. I need to calm down. So I'm sorry. I'm just in the middle of trying to understand and build a mental model, and obvious statements like that are not really helpful. That's why it just knocks me off out of my zone, and that's why I'm starting to act like that. I really apologize for that. So yeah, because it was just what I'm saying is just it wasn't really helpful. Like I know, like just let me do my thing. Okay. So for x, if we have a solution y, then y plus 32 is also a solution. For x, if we have a solution y, then y plus 35 is also a solution. So we only need to look for solutions module 35. By brute force, we find the only solution is... John Puft actually didn't answer anything. I think he left. God damn it, now I feel bad. I'm so sorry, John Puft. I didn't mean to be so rude. I just... Oh my god. Now I feel so fucking bad. Still here. Oh, I'm really sorry. Like, I didn't mean to react like that. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Louis Manfroni, thank you. Thank you so much for 3 months of tier 1 subscription. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And welcome to our epic toxic club. That's right. We're toxic to each other here. That's what we do. Oh, shit. Yeah. It's just... All right. That was really unusable. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah. Okay, 35. And 35 is basically multiplication of these things, right? Is that it? So I just have to take the remainders of these things and, you know, use them as a step. All right. If we have a solution, then y35 is also a solution. So we only need to look for solution modulo 35. By brute force, we find the only solution is 17. For any system of equations like this, the Chinese tells us there is always a unique solution up to a certain modulus, and describes how to find the solution efficiently. Okay, so has a unique solution for x module pq. All right, so, oh, I see. Oh shit, I see. So essentially this theorem tells us, so it allows us to fold this entire system of equations into a single equation. You can't use brute force to find the 17 as your module. It will be huge. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about completely different thing. So yeah, it's, right. Is that what it's saying? So we have a system of equations. I already showed the system of equations before, right? And this theorem essentially allows us to basically reduce the whole system of equations to a single equation. Do I understand that correctly? Did you know that you're using Chinese reminder theorem? Thank you, Adnan. Yeah, I know that. So here's the real question that I would really wish somebody backseat me on. Do I understand correctly that this theorem allows me to take my system of equations that I described before in my paint and collapse it into a single equation? Please, backseaters, I need you right now. Please tell me yes or no. Because, like, everything you said so far is not really helpful, but if you answer a yes or no, that will be extremely helpful, and I would think that you're smarter than me, right? So, did you know that every 60 seconds in Africa a minute passes? Yes, I knew about that. Can you show system? System of equations, probably. I can show it. I can draw it again, but I closed the... Probably yes. Yeah, I probably expressed myself not really well, so maybe it's kind of difficult to understand what I mean by that. And then use each of the solutions to find the final solution? Probably. So we only need to look for solutions module 35, but brute force we find the only solution x35 for any system of equations like this. It's not how I understand it. I think this is just tell us how often two numbers line up again. Okay. Sure. But I mean, we need to find... okay, so yeah. The reason why I understand it like that is because we need to find the smallest, the earliest solution. Right. So that's why I understand it like that, because we need to find the earliest one. Right. And for me it's 1. That's why it's collapsing it into a single one. All right, let's continue reading. Let P and Q be coprime, then the system of equations, okay, has a unique solution for X module PQ. The reverse direction is trivial, given that X is in set of, I think it's, what is Z? Z is a set of which numbers? Z is a set of which numbers? Catul, you're not helping. We can reduce X module P and X module for several equations. Okay, oh, this is actually interesting. Integers. Isn't integers n? Isn't integers n, or n is, oh, n is a natural one. Okay, n is a natural one. All right, right. Yeah, it also includes the negative, I see. Be pairwise coprime. Then the system of n equations has a unique solution for X modulo m, where it basically scales to that. Okay, I understand. All right, so let me see. Let me see. So, if the question is about squashing all equations to one with mod IAB, then yes, I'm sorry I didn't see system from my paint. Yeah, probably. I can try to recreate the thing that I closed accidentally. Yeah, I can try to recreate that. So this is the start. This is, here we have start. I forgot what I was actually drawing. Right. So we have S. So we need to find S0, for which S0 mod bus 0 is equal to 0. Then S0 plus, we're gonna consider offsets of 1, right? We're gonna only consider offsets of 1. Mod bus 1 equals 0, and so on and so forth until S K, yeah, I think it's gonna be N plus N mod B mod Bn. It's actually B, by the way. This is the system of equations, right? And what we need to find here, we need to find S, right? We need to find S. Yeah, S0. Yeah, thank you so much. Oh my god, S0. So this has to be S0. So that was the system of equations, right? And yep, that's what we have here. Essentially yes. Essentially yes. And I think it's actually not really equivalent here. They're not particularly equivalent. I think they are. Again, the mathematical notation confuses me, right? This is the mathematical notation. So x, right, x equal, it's like, I really hate how mathematicians use completely different notation. Yes, you can do it in, yeah, okay, but the problem is not with that. This thing confuses me, I cannot read it. So, yeah. It's really confusing. Why mathematicians are using this notation? It's a horrible notation. It's not like really obvious. Like, this is the same as x mod 5 equal to, that's what it means. Holy shit, why are they doing that? Like, it's so bad. And we hate programming notation. Okay, fair enough, sure. So, but the problem is that here we have axis, right? So we have just a regular axis, right? But here we don't have axis. We have plus 1, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, we can. It's not that difficult to generalize it. Okay, so I can put offset here. Offset 1. This one could be offset 0 and offset n, right? Something like that. So we need to transform this entire thing, making it like in the form of this, and I'm not really sure because I don't know the properties of the mode, and I'm not really sure if I can easily do all of that, right? Don't quite remember. So if I have something like, let me put it this way. So because it's definitely not in a form where I can apply that yet, right? So it's definitely not in a form. But maybe it doesn't really matter. Maybe it doesn't really matter. Yeah, because essentially we're not looking for this theorem, right? Because if we're looking for the theorem, we were trying to find when all of the buses meet, right? When all of the buses meet. What we're trying to do instead is to find where they align at that particular phase. And how can we do that? That's really strange. So one of the feelings that I have is that maybe we can just transform this entire thing so it will have a form that is there, like the form that looks like this, and then we can apply this theorem, but I'm not sure. So if you have like a plus b mod c, right? Imagine doing, yeah, exactly. And it's equal to some k, for example. How can I get rid of this parenthesis, right? How can I get rid of this parenthesis? So, so this is a reminder, right? So if you have something like this, what program is this? This is MyPaint. Like it's literally called MyPaint. It's not really my program, but it's the name. It's like MySQL. So there's a problem MySQL, and there's also a problem MyPaint. So yeah. What's funny is that if you do a plus b minus k, right? So because it's a remainder, and divided by c, you would get 0. So this is one of the things that we have here. Which don't really help us much, right? Because if you like remove the remainder, this is another property. This is another property. So what can be useful in here? So what's funny is that what that means is that this part has to be equal to 0. Well, it's just one of the solutions. I don't know what we're trying to find here. What is A and B here? I'm confused. They're numbers. They are numbers. I don't think. Why 0 though? Well, this is a remainder. So, right. So that means if you take this thing and subtract k from it, that means this whole thing becomes divisible by c. Which means, by the way, that this is equal to 0. But it's already equal to 0, it's not helpful. Wait a fucking second. If a plus b divisible by c and it equal to 0, that means it's divisible by c. A mod C is fucking equal to B, because that's gonna be the remainder. Only if B is less than C. Right? Did I get it right? Zhiyang, I got it right? I think I got it right. Holy shit. But yeah, it's quite important. It's quite important that B has to be less than C. No, I trust Zhiyang and Aiguduk because they're extremely smart people. They're way smarter than me. So Zhiyang and Aiguduk by themselves individually already smarter than me, but imagine them combined saying yes. That means yeah, that's actually true. Okay, and look at that. It already has the form that I need. And here's the problem. So, God coder and God mathematician. Oh shit. In actual mathematics, it doesn't matter if B less than C, because we are in mod. Yeah, probably. So, which means we can basically transform this entire thing into... okay, let's assume that it doesn't matter. So, S0 mod B0 equal 0. S0 mod B1 equal offset 1. So this one is 0, by the way. But you can also say it's offset 0, right? We can also say it's offset 0, and so on and so forth. And this is literally the Chinese cartoon theorem. Sorry. Imagine using capital O as a variable. Yeah, I know, but you can distinguish them by, you know, doing this kind of thing, right? So, yeah, Chinese cartoons theorem. Love it so much. Okay, I think I'm learning something. Yeah. I think I'm learning something, and I really like that I'm learning something. Cool. Yeah. So, and then, yeah, that's the solution. And then for several equations, we do that as a unique solution for x modulo m, where m, okay, switch as a module to the variable. All right, I think I understand that. That's actually super cool. I'm really proud of myself that I managed to figure out how to turn this into this. I'm super proud of myself because I, like, without any Googling, because I wasn't sure if I'll be able to do that, right? So the way I figured it out, it's not quite if plus, it's plus 5. Thank you for putting it back. It's not quite if equals then is not equal 1. Yeah, I close though. Yeah, so it has to be. It has to be bigger, right? It has to be big enough, I think. But in our case, maybe it's gonna be. All right, I'm confused again, but yeah. Should be negative. Could it be negative? Okay, let's continue. So what we're gonna have here. So in any case, I will need IDs and offsets, right? I will still need IDs and offsets. IDs and offsets. So we need to fully understand. So B is equal to C, and also A has to be bigger than B, probably. So that's one of the things that you have to take into account. Well, Isn't 6? Yes, it is actually. It is actually that. By the way, I also want to check out what the multiplication of all of these IDs is going to be equal to. Let's try to multiply all of them. So we're going to have a big M, which is initially 1. And so I'm going to put this as ID, right? So I'm going to just start coding and we'll see, we're going to come up with all of this problem as we go. I understand the, that it's not totally true, that it's only for a very specific case when this is true. So I understand that. So this is something that I just have to keep in mind for now. Okay, so and on top of that, I'm gonna just keep multiplying the IDs, and the thing I want to do here, I want to just return that modular. So how huge is it gonna be? It's actually goddamn fucking huge. Holy shit. All right, so which is expected, right? Which is pretty much expected. And in our advent of code, so this is the supposed start. Right, this is the supposed start, and that modular is already bigger than that supposed start. Okay. All right, that's pretty cool. So. Oh, by the way, we also have to take a look at the, yeah, where is that theorem? So the solution for X module M, oh, I'm, mathematical notation, yet again. It fucks me over yet again. I cannot read that. This is so bad. X module M where so, but what does it have to be equal to then? Oh shit. I lost my trail of thoughts. I completely lost my trail of thoughts. I thought I understood it. Like, if the fact that I'm using different notations, it just fucking kills me. So it has a unique solution for X PQ. I hate this notation. Why mathematicians are screwing up with me? So it has a unique solution X modular, but what is it equal to? X modular PQ. Oh, it's so bad. What does it mean? What is it equal to? I have a solution. Why? God damn it! I lost it. Let's make a cup of tea. So for a system of equations, system of n equations has a unique solution for X modulo M. Can we translate that to a programmer's notation? I don't understand it. Can we translate that, please? I don't need like explanation. Can we just translate it? Because explanations don't work for me. X minus A is divisible by P. I know that, but specifically for this part. I don't understand this part. I just don't understand this part. What are they trying to say? Unique solution for X modulo M. Okay, so But how can you find a solution for that if it's not equal to anything? So for this to be an equation for which we're trying to find a solution, it has to be equal to something, otherwise it's not an equation. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what's screwing up with my brain. Okay, so this is the programmer's notation, but this is not an equation for which we can find a solution. We cannot find a solution then. So that's the problem. That's what's going through my brain. Aguduk actually understood what I'm talking about. Nobody else understood that. Only Aguduk, because he's also a programmer, so he knows what I'm talking about. Right. So again, so we need to find a solution for this thing. If I understand correctly, I might be not understanding correctly. But how can we find a solution for this thing if it's not an equation? If it's not an equation, it's a range of where the solution is. Ah, it's a range, but where is the beginning of the range and then of the range? I don't understand. The beginning of the range is 0, and the end of the range is what? Like big M, right? That's what it is. Because this is not how you define the range. Because it's a really strange way of defining the range. Because range is just two numbers. The lower, the lower end of the range and the bigger end of the range. So I don't know why mathematicians coming up with more and more ways to like make these kind of things obscure. All right. So within that range, we have that solution X. Okay. So has a unique solution. Okay. All right. It goes a trap. All right. So cool. I need to make a cup of tea. All right. Yeah, it's a horrible notation. Like, what the fuck is wrong with mathematicians? Like, mathematicians, stop. I do understand that you need to maintain job security and you need to make all of your, findings obscure as possible so nobody can steal your job. But come on, these kind of things are like thousands of years old. You can stop, worrying about job security for such old things. Come on, stop doing that. Let's just use the percent symbol instead. Well, not necessarily percent symbol, you can just use mod, right? You can just use x mod 5 equal whatever, 69. I know that it's not correct, but whatever. So you can do something like that and it's just, replace. Okay, so A, B, and stuff like that, and the solution is within the range of these modules. Okay, so cool. I think I see that. So if we're and essentially that could be just a step. We probably can use M as a step, right? We can probably use M as a step. But is it even true that we can use it as a step? That there is only one solution in that range. It doesn't say that the way how to find it is this solution. Yeah, I see that. I can already see that it's not going to be super helpful. It's not going to be super helpful. Okay, so we know at least the range of this thing. Prime power first. Okay, I need to turn on my kettle, by the way. I need to turn on my kettle. Why everyone spamming mathematical nonsense? I don't understand. So this is not particularly helpful then. If it only gives us the range, it's not particularly helpful. So this is how often. Just calculate the sum for all terms and the answer will be sum mod m. Thank you! You explained everything! Imagine being that person in the chat, Jesus Christ. Why do you hate me so much? Oh my god. This is the biggest insult that you can actually receive in the chat, seriously. You can all call me ugly, you can call me stupid, but this is the biggest fucking insult I can get from the chat. If this is true, if this is how we solve it, well, I don't know what to tell you. Why do you insult me so much? You probably hate me so much. What the fuck? Yeah. Okay. Well, it is what it is. Some people hate me that much. Alright. If have a solution, so we only need to look solution modulo 35, but we find the solution is 17. And since the modulo is going to be big anyway, so it's not going to be reversible. Chinese reminder theorem. Is it going to tell me the same thing that I read here? Is it going to tell me the same thing? Is it going to tell me something new? Is it going to tell me something new? I didn't really see any... I don't really think that it will tell me something new. Walks you through finding the solution. I don't want to walk through the solution. I need to find the idea that will make it fast. I need to find the idea, and I probably need some, like a cup of tea. I will also need a cup of tea. There's always a new solution up to certain modules and describes how to find the solution efficiently. Describes how to find the solution efficiently. The reverse direction is trivial. We can reduce x. I forgot what's minus p. It's God damn it. Mathematical notation. Like it screws me over. Let's take a look at the brilliant. If it's not going to use mathematical notation, it's going to be already better. Mathematicians just make it like completely unreadable. All right. The proof of this theorem. What the fuck is going on? Oh, it's so slow. Given pair Vasco prime, okay, an arbitrary has a solution and okay. The following is general construction to find solution to a system of okay. Compute n, sure. For each 1, 2, 3, compute n divided by n. Why? It's not interesting because I don't understand it. It's not interesting. Like it's just like this is the formula. Just use formula. No, it's not what I want to find. I want to understand it. I want to come up with the solution myself. but obviously I'm already tired, really. So I'm just wait. I'm only waiting for my tea, right? So I'm just waiting for my tea, and maybe once I have my tea, I will be able to think about something. I need the idea. I need the idea that will click, and so then I can write all of this nonsense myself. Like, it's not interesting for me to read this nonsense because the idea is buried behind all of that nonsense. I need that idea that is buried behind it so I can write this nonsense myself, right? So you see what I'm talking about. Like, I don't want to dig it myself. I want this idea so I can derive everything else from it. Like, it's just like too much text. I'm not interested in that. So what's the idea? What's the main idea? What's this, like, the pearl of the idea? Nobody's gonna tell me. All right. Okay. So, again, maybe I need to read it from it still. What is -1? What is -1? Is it literally 1 divided by yi? Is that what they mean? Or... because I know 1 minus, like... no, what is it then? So, in a school, we were taught that this is that, because that's what I keep thinking. Modular inverse. Okay, so I probably don't know what is modular inverse. Modular inverse. So, competitive programming algorithms. Okay, what is modular inverse? Oh shit. Why Google start doing this nonsense with the text? Okay. A modular multiplicative of an integer a is an x such as congruent to a. I don't know what that word means. That's the problem. I don't know what it means. Congruent, in agreement to harmony. I just don't know enough. What is it equal to? Modular multiplicative inverse. Okay. Means congruent to 1 modulo m means... why specifically 1? Why specifically 1? A congruent to 1 modulo m means... the fuck? Why are you obscuring all of that so much? Why is it... for fuck's sake? Why is it so obscure? Okay. All right. Modular inverse. It has to be obscure, I see. Good understanding of modular arithmetic to even begin to understand how why it works exactly. Yeah, it's absolutely like, Jesus fucking Christ. All right. Modular arithmetic inverse is congruent. Like I have a good intuition for modular arithmetic. Don't get me wrong. I have a really good intuition for it. The problem is that people who do modular arithmetic, they come up with the shadiest notation to just fuck you over. Like, oh my god. So, because the idea behind modular arithmetic is so fucking simple, actually. It's just fucking circles. It's circles all over the place. But they feel the need to fucking obscure the shit out of it so nobody will understand it. Nobody will understand what they found. I hate it so much. Alright, so, modular multiplicative inverse such as ax is congruent to 1. So that means ax, I forgot what's congruent to 1 again means. Okay. We also denote x simply with so a multiplied by x. We should know that the modulo inverse. Okay, whatever. Compute using excluded extended algorithm. Fuck you, seriously. This is so bad. After you spoil someone who couldn't get it, they will be angry. There was no possible way to do it at all. All the time they put into think about the problem was wasted, and any further time would have been wasted as well. What are you quoting, by the way? Matthias F. Thank you so much for 2 fucking years of tier 1 subscription. Thank you. And welcome to our epic congruent club, I suppose. What is that? I don't understand what is this. I mean, you show it like I'm supposed to know what it's from, but I don't. Some of this observation is similar math problem last year. Spoil someone who couldn't get it, they will be angry. There was no possible way to do it at all. All the time they put into thinking about the problem was wasted, and any further time would have been wasted as well. I guess. So, as I already said at the beginning, this is some there is an idea behind the problems, behind the problem that you just have to know, right? You just have to know that idea, and if you don't know that idea, well, you're screwed pretty much, right? So, because people who came up with these ideas, they didn't came up with that idea overnight, and maybe not even in 25 days, that's for sure. So yeah, people who like invented and proved all of that and checked all of that, they probably did it like for years, or maybe their entire life, because they didn't have any computers, right? And these kind of problems expect you to invent you overnight unless you know it, right? If you know all of that, you don't have to think about it. All right, so there's too many steps. First of all, you just have to be lucky and have heard of it before to have a fair chance. Exactly. It's like with dynamic programming, right? So there was recently a problem on dynamic programming, and if you know what is dynamic programming and you solved dynamic programming problems before, it's super easy. If you didn't, sorry. And it's really fucking unfair. It's really fucking unfair, and it is what it is. I suppose these problems don't really check. They essentially just check whether you know something or not, right? So that's pretty much it. But maybe this could be an opportunity to learn this something that you're supposed to know, right? But it is without knowing the Chinese remainder theory. An hour. Well, I mean, that means you're smart, I guess. That means you're smart. All right. And what's interesting is that I cannot go back into trying to come up with my own solution because my brain is already spoiled with this thing. The stream is sponsored. Okay, nice one. So there's no possibly a way for my brain to go back into thinking about this problem from a different angle, because the angle is already spoiled. So I cannot think about this problem in any other angle except the Chinese remainder theorem. So sorry. It is what it is. Okay. But at least, okay, there is this one solution. And by doing that, its subset has to be like one of those. God fucking damn it. This is a shit website. Refresh the page. Yeah, I don't know. My internet was okay. It's totally Twitch. It's 100% Twitch. Okay. compute zy using Euclid's extended algorithm. Z exists since a pair of Esca prime. Yeah, Jiang, I just ignore him because he obviously just makes fun of me at this point. So yeah. All right. So let me see. There's another approach I used, but I'm not sure if it will help you. We'll see. So yeah, it's basically a mathematician way of insulting people, basically. All right. So I just ignore people. I mean, if somebody insults you, like, I mean, just ignore them. Sure. So let's take a look at extended algorithms. Extended algorithm. Right. Extended Euclidean algorithm. So what it will give us? Extended algorithm that refer very similar algorithm. Yeah. Is Google doing? They took down Google to implement it. No, it was actually implemented a long time ago. It was actually implemented a long time ago. At least it was for me, and it's so dumb. I absolutely hate it. Where's module and multiplicative inverse, which is a shorthand of writing the statement that m divides the quantity ax minus 1. The notation of modulus method, the congruence is written as. All right. So here's the extended algorithm here, right? Extended Euclidean, but how do you implement it? Extended Euclidean algorithm. I really like how they don't really explain it. Extended algorithm, okay. Extended Euclidean algorithm. GCD. So here's the implementation. Extended GCD. So fuck this shit. Jesus Christ. It's so bad. Is there like a ready solution that I can just explore then? Because if somebody didn't mention Chinese remainder theorem at the beginning of the stream, could have gone a lot better. Yeah, exactly, because my brain is already spoiled with it. Like, it's just, yeah, I cannot think about anything but this shit anymore. Maybe I can try. Maybe I can try to do something like that. Okay, so we need such to find such thing here. So, but okay, let's go back to the brute forcing idea. Imagine that we're brute forcing here, right? Imagine that we are brute forcing. And to be fair, like, I already looked at some of this stuff, and well, the difference between this thing is not that big. So this is a very huge like difference here. So, and it only makes sense to just do that up until that. Just up until that. So if we have two things that are coprime, that are prime to each other, right? So so we have this prime number and another like 5 prime number. At which point do they meet even? At which point do they meet? Because they start repeating themselves, right? This is 3 and this is another 5. Do we notice anything here? To be fair, maybe they already met at some point, but there's some sort of a period. Yeah. There's sort of a period, but what kind of period? Okay, so there's a different one. Wait. So here is the difference too. 4, 1. 2, 15. So we have, I think it's LCM. This looks like LCM, isn't it not? Is it not? It looks like LCM, to be fair. Right, so it's basically 3 and 5. In Haskell, we have LCM. I'm pretty sure we have LCM. Oh shit, I wish it would load up a little bit faster. So do we have LCM? Yes, we do have LCM. So 3 and 5, okay, so it's definitely 15. So, okay, cool. And then, if you want to find the moment, right, if you want to find the moment, okay, so this is when they meet, actually. This is when they meet. LCM, yeah, for prime LCM is multiplication of them, whatever. This is when they meet. But we need a thing essentially. I think, oh, this is not really works well. It's not a really visual. That's the problem. When the second one is gonna be actually bigger, all right, by 1. And that's pretty much it. So this is 3 of them, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that means for that one. We're trying to meet them on a virtual line that is shifted according to their offsets. That's what we're trying to do, I think. We're trying to meet them on a virtual line. how to draw that virtual line. How to draw that virtual line. There's no particular easy way to draw that virtual line. Because they're never gonna meet that easily. The possible things. Like Chinese, again, I'm thinking about Chinese theorem. It's completely fucking spoiled my brain. I cannot think about anything else now. Like, it's just so bad. How to stop thinking about it? Because I'm trying to find a solution in terms of it, and it's not really helpful. It's not really helpful. So, because finding when they're meet, the problem can be solved by brute force, but not for all passes at once. You were basically at the right track at the beginning. The idea is the improve your jump value, so you start at increasing. Okay, so mathematicians just basically hate me. Yeah, so that's why I don't like mathematicians. All right, so let me see. So let me see. So if we're gonna just jump, but how can we jump even faster? I don't think there's an easier way to jump faster. I don't think so. I don't see at least the way to jump faster. Take a look. Dude, you think I didn't look at that station over you like hundreds of times? You think I didn't look at it? Seriously? Like... like, how do you think I even come up with any solution if I didn't look at it? What? Okay, I'm looking at it. Where is the enlightenment? Whatever. So, look at Shapi. Okay. For fuck's sake. Can you read a few lines of system? Okay. Remove all the buses except for the two with max ID, then use the result as the new step for set with 3 buses. That's a very interesting idea. With the 2 with the max ID. Isn't what I said exactly at the beginning, but then I thought it's not gonna work because maybe the step is not gonna be big enough. Wait a second, the buses except for 2 with max ID, then use the result as new step for set with 3 buses. But how do I have 3 buses as if I left only 2 according to your message? Though I did for the small to this, finally managed Just add the third one. Which one? Do I pull it out of the air? Which one? I don't understand. I don't understand how it's gonna help. And why that is gonna work for 3? Basically, you brute force the period of repetition for 2 basses. Period of repetition for 2 basses. Period of repetition of 2 basses, and period of repetition of 2 basses is LCM. But then you can use that period as the step to find the period for 3 basses. Okay, but why is it gonna work? Why is it gonna work? Why is this enough? Why you don't need 4 basses? Why do you need 5 basses? Why is 3 enough exactly? I don't understand that. Why is 3 exactly enough? Because it's not obvious for me why that would be enough. You need the 4th. No, you continue using this period for 3 to find the period for 4. And for 5. Okay, so this is what you didn't say. You said that you use just 3. And it sounded like it's gonna be enough. No, you didn't say that you have to continue. It was not really obvious that you have to continue. Okay. Alright, he means you gradually increase the jump. Okay. So, set limit to 5 basses. Oh shit, this is so stupid. Oh my fucking goodness. Oh, so dumb. I hate it. I hate it so much. Okay, I'm gonna fucking grab my logs after the stream for Chinese remainder theorem. I'm gonna fucking permaban everyone who fucking mentioned it. Jesus fucking Christ. Goddamn mathematicians. Anyway, let's fucking code this shit. Alright, so, so for how quickly we can find that for 2 buses though? Right, and we know that it actually starts at, starts like somewhere at here, right? Imagine molding. Yes, I actually finished molding. Jesus Christ, thank you, Jiang and Darlington Sydney, thank you so much. Thank you for not forcing me to read through that stupid theorem. My god. Alright, so we can start with the first bus, right? So the first thing I want to do actually, is to do something like this, right? So this is where it's at. You just need the period, no need to start at the big number. You just need the period. Probably. I don't know. Whatever. You confuse me. Yeah. Alright. So what's gonna be the period for 2 numbers? Okay, if we have 2 numbers. So can we gradually increase them? So this is the first one, this is the second one, and so this is a period of 1, period of 2. Okay, I'm gonna start like with some sort of a period. So it's gonna be C, and let's say that it's gonna be it could be actually 0 if I think about it. It could be actually 0. So and I'm gonna do found. I'm not coding the final solution, by the way. I'm not coding the final solution. I'm exploring the idea that was taught. I'm just exploring this idea. Right. I'm just exploring this idea. The next thing we're gonna do here is gonna be IDs. At which point they're gonna be like that? So IDs 0 multiplied by C, right? IDs 0 multiplied by C, but we're incrementing them simultaneously, so one can be growing a little bit faster than another, which is not particularly great. So oh shit. And then IDs 1, since they are prime, right? Since they are prime, we can try to use this as a period, right? So this is can be a period. So can we do something like that? IDs 0 multiplied by IDs 1, and this is our period. Part 1 or 2. I really need to stop reading chat because it knocks me out of the of me thinking about this entire stuff. It really knocks me out. So the idea, like, how do we, what's the period? What's the period? Because if I just use this, oh shit. Okay, let me print them, like a couple of them. Let me print a couple of them, like 10. So it's going to be console, right line. All right, so IDs 0 multiply by C. I don't think this is the right way of doing that. I know. And I forgot what was my previous solution, by the way. I forgot what was my previous solution. Isn't it better? Oh my god, I should stop reading chat. Why did I read the chat? Okay, so input string was not in the correct format. Oh, okay. It's like the only thing I care about right now is like for loop or some shit like that. Okay, so the second number is smaller. Right, the second number is smaller, which is, that's why I need to sort them by their size, right? So I need to I'm completely lost. My brain needs a reset. My brain needs a reset. Okay. Find the biggest numbers. And the way we can know about their sets. Yeah, here's the problem. I already streamed for 3 hours, and after that, I won't be able to solve anything. But I really want to finish it. I really want to finish it because it just makes me feel bad. It just makes me feel bad that I didn't solve it. Okay, so so we cannot just start searching for using the period for any of the numbers. They have to be like bigger. But I don't understand how to do that for two numbers. Like I just don't, my brain cannot comprehend how you do that for two numbers. Because I'm tired. That's precisely the reason. Right. So, right. How can you do that? How can you find a period for two numbers when? So what exactly we're trying to find? We're trying to find when they repeat, but that doesn't give us much. That doesn't give us much. Right. What if we do that only for like, really for like two numbers or something? Right. Yeah, like for two numbers. Can we find that for two numbers? So this is going to be that. This is going to be while, and something like this. And if found. Right. Can you do that for two numbers? All right. So again, found is going to be true, while for I. Yeah, I know that it's the right direction. I know that. I got the idea that you guys trying to tell me. I'm trying to understand how to turn it into code. It's just since I already wasted so much mental energy on like I know everything, and I'm also programming a language that I'm not familiar with. It's difficult for me to even come up with simple things. Okay, I understand the idea you're trying to tell me. I'm just don't have enough energy. All right, so let's continue. So what do we have here? You knocked me out of my. Okay. Found. Well, found. All right. So and if I do something like, what was the formula? I kind of forgot. So ID 0 multiplied by C plus offsets. Offset actually of I think, plus offset of I mod ID 0. Okay, if it's not equal to 0, that means we're gonna do found false, and we keep increasing this entire thing. Okay. All right. I hope you're okay, Jiang. Is everything okay? Is everything okay? Hope you're okay. So, and what we need to do here is C multiplied by ID 0. So we can try to do something like this. So this is two numbers, but these are like two arbitrary numbers, and I'm not sure if it's gonna work or not. It doesn't even compile because if I but you, oh, don't worry about me. IDs. Okay. Offsets. I wonder if it's gonna work for just two numbers. IDs 0. And it doesn't even work for two numbers because they keep chasing each other. So this is not how you do that. This is not how you do that because if one number is smaller than another, they're never gonna meet there. That's the problem. They're never gonna meet there. But what's fun is that maybe that's not what we have to do here. So the multiplication here, you can step t in increments of 1 from. I don't have t, that's the problem, Jiang. I don't understand what you're talking about. You can step t in increments of 1 from t0 until you use two passes line up diagonally twice. Is the timestamp. Just simulate it. This is okay. All right. So this is not that particularly interesting. Okay. All right. So we can start from 0 then. So while found. So let's do boolean. Okay, so I think we're on the right track then. Thank you so much. This is actually helpful. Okay. If So we're gonna keep increasing t by 1, right? So we're gonna keep increasing t by 1. T mod id 0 equal, okay, for I0 less than 2, right? And found initially true, found if access if IDs I mod offsets I mod T IDs offsets and if they are not equal, right, if they are not equal, we're gonna do found false, right? And if not found, we keep incrementing this thing, and then we can produce the times type. Okay, so the part 2 is 738, right? 738, and according to the input, but this is not really a period. That's the problem. So we have 41, 41 and 37. 37 has a particular period. Okay, so this is the first encounter, right? This is the first encounter, and we also need the second encounter to get the period. Okay, so let's actually do the second encounter then. All right. So we can do something like this. This is going to be encounter, so let's actually start period -1. All right. It would be actually kind of cool to create a function that starts simulating from a particular time and just gives us the next period. All right, I think I get it. Oh shit, this is so fucking easy. Oh my god. Okay, we need some sort of a function that gives us, so it first of all it accepts the list of IDs and the list of offsets. Right, it accepts the list of IDs and list of offsets, right? And it also accepts the length, for how many of them we're checking everything. And it also accepts the start T. It also accepts the start T. And it returns you the next T where they line up according to their offsets and stuff like that, right? So this is going to be the helper function that we're going to use to do this kind of stuff, and we're going to call it quite often, right? There we go. Let's call it next line up, like next line up, and this is where we're going to like do all of this thing, and that was going to be actually helpful. You also want to jump values. Probably. So we might accept this step, because why not? So here we how much we step them? Yeah. So let's accept this step as well. So for how many? So this is the start. So this is going to be the start. This is going to be the step. And that's probably what we want to have here. So might as well actually. Yeah, looks cool. Looks cool. Okay, so then I'm gonna just port that algorithm there. I think I'm gonna just port it there. I might as well actually copy paste this thing there. Yeah, so it's basically the same algorithm but called multiple times. Okay, so this is gonna be T, but T starts at here. So we also have found then we move up until n, all right, and then we step here. What's funny is that the t may start at the point, well, yeah, I think you just have to take that into account, right? If you give it t that already aligns up, it's not going to give you anything new or anything interesting, right? So it's not going to give you like anything at all. All right, and let me see, and then we just return that t. So this is going to be our helper function, essentially. So we can try to remove that, and what I want to try to do is to take t0, next line up. So we provide, can I have nested methods though? IDs and offsets, IDs and offsets. So the things that we're checking only for two. We're checking only for two. Start is going to be, let's say, 0. I think 0 is a good start, and the step is going to be 1. So here is our thing. So I'm going to return 69 here, but I'm going to just print this thing like that. So it's going to be 0. And let's see. You can have nested functions in C#. That would be actually kind of cool. If I'm going to just check my hypothesis about this kind of stuff, and I'm going to try to refactor it to have it. Okay, so this is, it's actually correct. This is what we received next time. And after that, I want to do something like T1. Next, line up IDs and offsets. So for N2, right? For N2, yeah, we'll try that. T0 plus 1, because at T0 they're already lined up with the step 1. And this is what we're going to try to do here. So T1, oh my god. Okay, so here it is. So here is the next lineup, and that essentially means that the period between them is this. So here's the period. Right, and we have to keep increasing, so we basically have to keep using this function over and over again. All right, let me try to have the nested function here, so I have an access to all of this stuff. Okay, we'll see. I should not actually remove it, because I might need that in the future. So I'm gonna just comment it out. I can just comment it out. So this is probably not going to be static. So the only thing I will need here is this thing, and we'll see how it goes. That would actually be pretty cool if I can do that. Yep, and so, and it doesn't work. I think it's not going to work. So all right, fair enough. Maybe I'm just using like a wrong notation or something. Yeah, it's whatever, don't worry about that. So if I can live without that, it's not that big of a deal, right? So we'll just have to pass that context all the time. It's really close to Java. I think I could probably even do something like professionally with C#. Yeah. Okay, so we can basically keep increasing like T. So we can do that from yeah, for 2. So our initial T here is going to be 0. We start with 0, and the step guess who's back. Welcome back, Old9. Really glad to see you. How are you doing? So Old9, I think I've finally got the solution, and it doesn't involve the Chinese cartoons theorem. And thank you to Zhiyang and Darlington something for actually helping me out. Thank you. So okay, we're gonna do that up until this thing is equal to yeah, to the amount of things we have. So it's gonna be cartoon theorem. This is Chinese cartoon theorem. All right. So it's going to be count plus I. And mathematicians in the chat were not helpful, by the way. And I really appreciate Jiang for, yeah. I really like how Jiang understands both of the perspectives. So he understands the perspective of the problem from the mathematical point of view and from the programmer's point of view, and can actually come up with like useful advices, considering that I'm more of a programmer than mathematician. I really appreciate that. That's actually super cool. Thank you so much. All right. So, but yeah. So this is gonna be n. So, okay. Now, this is what I'm trying to do here. So this is going to be t0. So IDs of sets. So I forgot what is 2. 2 is essentially n. This is what we start with. This is what we start this with, and this is the step. All right, so this is t0. Then we do t1, but we start from t0 plus 1. All right. And what's funny is that does it really give us the period? Yes, it does give us the period, which means that this thing becomes the new step. This thing definitely becomes the new step. Step becomes that, and t becomes t1 plus 1. So here it is. So that increases the step, and that increases the n. Once n becomes that, oof, So I'm trying to think how it's gonna be. So when it becomes n, that's quite interesting, by the way. When it becomes n, the next lineup is essentially the solution, right? So I think we might actually need to do something like this. All right, so until n. When we have reached the n, what we have to do essentially is just well, this is t plus 1, IDs of set n, it has to be IDs count, right? Then we start with t, and this is our final step. Is this a reasonable, correct solution? I wonder. I wonder. We could try to do something like this, so I can have an access to. You should just do t plus, I think, because t1 might all. Probably. That's actually a good one. So what I was trying to do here, so yeah, it is already integer, everything's okay. I was trying to do something like int n2. I'm trying to convert it to here. So I'm trying to convert it to here, so it's plus 1. So then I can have n, then I can use n here. Then I can use n here. And that enables me with actually experimenting with this entire stuff. So I can say up until 2, right? Up until 2. Okay, that's a reasonable solution. That looks like a reasonable solution. So what about 3? Is it gonna work for 3? That looks okay. What about 4? And it's already stalling. It's already stalling, so it's not really fast even for 4, right? So it doesn't really work even for 4, which is kind of sad because I think I'm not stepping it properly. Yeah, so n is that you should just, okay. So do we even use step? Do we even use step there? Yes, we do use step there. That's very strange. Okay, so if I do 3, the step is already... let me try to see the step. Console, right line. So maybe I might be actually skipping something very important. I might be skipping the solution or something. The step is quite good, I would say, and should keep increasing. But yeah. So we can try to wait for like a little bit. Maybe it's gonna, but I mean, it's not gonna line up. It's kind of whatever. All right, so we're finding it at t0, at t, right? Then the next one, t0 plus 1, and here they are. So this is a new step. T just becomes that, and n plus 1. I used t plus 1 plus step instead of... Huh, why? Which is not that bad idea, it's pretty much the same thing, right? It's pretty much that. But okay. And it's not doing anything anyway. Even for 3 or 4. They may line up at t0 as well. Alright, so I need to be a little bit more careful. Like, so it feels like we're gonna have like a very special case for n2, and I'm trying to come up with a more general code, I suppose. That's what I'm trying to do. Why are you adding 1 to t0? Because they're already lined up. Right, t0, they are already lined up at t0, don't they? So that's why. So that means I need to find the next one. Right. At t0, they're already lined up, so I need to find the next one. Okay, so this is that. So maybe I should actually start. So reduce offsets, and we can start at 0 with a particular step. Okay, so this is t, and we can do something like t0. So n t plus 1. Again, at t they're already lined up with n equal to that, right? They're already lined up. So we find another one. So that gives us the step that we used to increase to the next one, and then we increase that. Does it work? It doesn't even compile, because in that case it's t0 minus t. Alright, that makes sense. What about 4? Okay, maybe I made a mistake somewhere in the lining up algorithm. Did I make any mistake there? Okay, we start at here, right, and found. While not found, we're just iterating through all of these n's, and if one of them d not equal to their original offset, we say that we didn't found them. We increment t by step, and we go nowhere. Shouldn't be t plus offset? Yes, I think so. I think, yeah, I'm already tired. You're right. You're absolutely right. God damn. I'm so tired. I shouldn't be. I should actually stop programming. I should like literally stop programming. That's an interesting result. Not equal. Doesn't help. Doesn't help. What am I missing? Found never true. Are you sure about that? It is true if it went through all of them and never hit this thing. What are you talking about? So, yeah. I think line up is correct. So we started that. Then we do all this. T plus offset. Mod I. Not equal to that means it's not what we want. And we continue increasing by the step. Alright, so I think there is a problem in this algorithm. So initial step is that. The initial thing here is that. Okay, ideas of sets, and we start with 0, so this is the initial 0, and our initial step is 1. We probably find something. Okay, we find the next one. We find the next one. All right. And we always do t plus 1. I want to do like, you know, t0 like this, as I originally wanted. What's gonna happen? It's not going anywhere. So I'm pretty sure it's getting stuck. So let me see. Console right line. So maybe that is not a good solution at all. It could be that. Yeah, it basically stops at 3. It really stacks at 3. Yeah, it stacks at 3 and doesn't do anything. And inside of like 3, inside of like next lineup, what is it doing? If n equal 3, console right line, step. That's what I want to see. It's a relatively small step, to be fair. Step should be a product. Of what? Well, you're not helping either, so I don't know why you're saying that. Okay, so let me see. So it keeps increasing the thing. 3 and 7. All right. So I want to take a look at T then and see what's going to happen. Oh yeah, it's still waiting. So let's actually try. Oh, it's growing relatively fast. Not gonna lie. And it's still not finding anything. Still not finding anything. It's just too slow. But why is it so slow? Is it because of, no, list is actually too small. Even if a list was linked list, by the way, it wouldn't affect that much because the amount of elements is there is very small. I feel like maybe I'm missing the moment when they lined up. Right? Maybe that's what's happened. Like, I feel like I'm missing the moment they lined up, and that's why it doesn't do anything. So this solution is supposed to be fast, but it doesn't look like it's fast. Right. It is not a fast solution, right? Because the step is not really growing. Right. So, okay, so we find where they lined up. Then we have the next one for the step. Then let up here. So here's the step. and then we could have just done like +1. But do we have to do +1 or do we have to do plus step? We will have to do plus step. Yeah, why don't we do plus step in here? So in that case, it's going to be plus step. This is a new step. Is it going to work now? It works. Oh, holy shit, I found it. Okay. So that I see. It actually, this particular thing stalled like everything. And I think because of that +1, I went out of the rhythm and missed some of the places where it lines up. And maybe I was actually like missing the moments when it lines up. Yes, basically I went out of the rhythm because of this shit. I see now. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it's like some sort of like a harmony, right? It's kind of difficult to explain, but it's just, you can think of it in like very rhythmic. I mean, it's all about circles anyway, right? So so what about 5? How many of them do I have then? Maybe I don't even have that many of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So what about like 6? If I let's actually start with 5 and see if it's gonna fast. Okay, it is actually fast. It is insanely fast. Okay, I think we did it. I think we fucking did it. Okay, full solution. Oh shit, it's too slow. Is it gonna even fit there? Okay. So what if we do something like this? I'm gonna do console right line, and I'm gonna try to print this thing here. T. Is it gonna overflow? And I have a feeling that it might overflow at some point. So this is T, and the next one is gonna be N. So this one is gonna be N. And yeah, at N7 we're actually stalling. We're really stalling at N7. So let me try to see what are the timestamps at 7. I have a strange feeling that they might be overflowing or something. If they're overflowing, it's actually quite bad. N7 console write line. So T, let's take a look at them. It doesn't seem to be overflowing, I don't think so. Because the maximum value of this thing is 2 to the power of 63, right? So that's the maximum value. Right, so let me just select that. That's the maximum value. And are we even close? We're not even close to that. We're like the 7th element is just too big. I see. The 7th element is just too big. We can try to sort these things by maybe we're gonna start with the biggest numbers and then go down to the smallest ones. Is that could be a thing, but that means we'll have to sort this appropriately, which is not particularly easy, I think. Okay, can I have something like pairs of arrays, C# tuples. Does C# have any tuples? Tuples. So there's a tuple. Oh, you can even do that. Oh, it even has named tuples. Out9. Where's Out9? We need Out9 here. Quick. C# has named tuples. Yes, look at that. This is C# with named tuples, with the fields and tuples named. How about that? Isn't that epic? Isn't that epic? Yes, 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 yes. C# better than Rust confirmed, yes. Okay, so I'm gonna try to use it. That's actually pretty cool, goddamn. I'm kinda enjoying C#, not gonna lie, even though I'm doing that on Linux in Mono, but it's sort of enjoyable. So, and in here I can literally do something like ID and offset, and then I will be able to refer to these elements like that. Okay. C# sort list. Will day 14 be in F#? I'm not sure, but we already did OCaml. Is this JavaScript? Yes, this is JavaScript. So it just sorts them, but can I sort them by a comparator? Okay, can I have like something like this? Oh, you have delegates. It's like, what about Pike? I'm also thinking to try Pike out as well. Okay, so this is how we can sort, and it's actually reasonable. All of this stuff is really reasonable, not gonna lie. So we're gonna call this buses, right? So we're gonna call this buses new goddamn new, like this. And I'm not sure if I have to do it like that. Can it infer the type for me? We already did Go. You mean Go with exclamation mark? I never tried that language, to be fair, so I don't know. So how do I construct tuples? Okay, I can just construct them. Go factorial, yeah, it's a Go factorial. Buses. Add, and then I can just do ID offset like this, and that just adds that. And after that, I should be able to. Okay, I'm gonna do it like this. So just to make it unstop. And it's gonna be buses sort. Buses sort delegate. Is it delegate? Yeah, delegate. It has part 1, part 2, and what is part? Part is on our own type. Delegate. AIDS love. I'm pretty sure her name was slightly different. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, I wonder if you can have like type aliases for the tuples. That would be kind of cool. So C# type aliases. Type aliases, creating type aliases. So using, you can do using. I see. So one of the things I want to do here is just do using. No, this is not how we spell it. Using bus, which is just the tuple here, and then I can just do bus, right, and buzz 1, buzz 2, and Emacs is not really helpful here. Buzz. Okay, return cool. So, and when I'm sorting something, I have to do the comparison, right? So I have to do the comparison. Compare to buzz 1. What was that? I'm sorting them by ID, right? Compare to bus to ID, but I have to sort them in a reversed order. So I'm gonna do it like that. So there we go. So this is how we're gonna compare them, and that will sort them in a completely reversed order. Okay, let me try to see if this entire stuff compiles. It doesn't really compile because maybe you cannot do using here. You cannot do using at all, apparently. Maybe my C# version does not support that. Type aliases. Maybe they have to be outside of the class in the namespace somewhere here. That would make sense. Alright, I think I'm gonna just create a class. Not gonna lie. I just want to have a pair that I can sort and keep a set. Oh, God damn it. Okay, C# constructors. So, and now I need to think about constructors and whatnot. So this is gonna be... doesn't have to be double, by the way. Both of them has to be long. ID. And yeah, how do you construct? I don't want to do that, but I don't see any other way. It just forces me to do all of this stuff. Okay. Okay, cool. And then in a buzz, I'm gonna have something like this: long ID, long offset, and then. Okay, I just associate them here, so it's gonna be... Do they have to be called differently? Or can I do something like this ID? Bloat enforcing, yeah. I'm not sure if it's actually enforcing that. Maybe I just don't know something about that language. But I mean, I'm just using a very old version of C# that probably doesn't support any of this stuff. Alright, and I'm not even sure if I'm, you know, on the right track with all of that, because it may not, yeah, it has to be buzz, inaccessible due to protection level. Do I have to do something like public? Both of them has to be public, okay. Come on. Protection levels, my ass. Okay, let me try to do something. I want to now take a look at what we have here. So I'm gonna start iterating bus in buses. Unprotected now, yeah, it's kind of sad. Right line. Okay, oh my god, come on. So bus ID, right? I just want to see if it's gonna. Oh shit, that's it's for each. Okay, they are in reversed order. Okay, that's cool. So what I want to do now is get rid of these things first of all. And get rid of these things and only have list of buses. So it's going to be a bus and buses. Alright, so that should do the trick. That should do the trick, and let's try to compile that. So we don't have offsets here, but we do have buses I offset, a single one, then buses I ID, and that should do the trick as well. Maybe we don't need that debug stuff anymore. Okay, so that is not needed. Maybe that is not needed as well. Yeah. And because of that, this is going to be the ID. So I'm simplifying a lot of stuff here. Okay, so this become buses. And this also become buses. And this also becomes buses. Alright, so that does something. So we're now actually starting with the biggest numbers, which actually dramatically increases the initial step, right? So if you try to sort them in their ascending order, right, in their ascending order, so the initial step is going to be very small. But if it's in the reversed order, starting with the biggest one, the initial step is going to be the biggest one. So it basically gives like this initial boost. And I wonder if it dramatically increases the speed of the brute forcing. That's a good question. That's a good question. Does it dramatically increases the speed? So let's take a look at the 5 ends. Okay, what about 6? All right, what about 7? Yeah. Brute forcing didn't work. Didn't really go well. So what am I missing? That's a good question. That's a good question. So IDs is not, okay, it's buses. Buses, okay, so at 7, but can take so long. Good question indeed. Okay, so at 7 we don't really do well, but how many of them do we even have here? So console right line. So yeah, buses count. So we have 9 of them. So we're very fucking close. In fact, extremely close. So I don't even know. Yeah, we just need to reach the 9, and it's really difficult to do so. It's really difficult to do so. Yeah. It's actually signed, but I'm not quite sure if it actually overflows. We can try to check if it's gonna overflow at some point. Do we have a cert? Do we have a cert? So t has to be greater than 0, right? So let's actually do something like this. We don't have a cert. C# assert. Debug assert. Yes, debug assert. Okay. So system diagnostics. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, C# is a reasonable language. Do you mind pasting your input some? I do mind. I want to finish that first. Okay. So we can try to do unsigned long. Try to do unsigned long, but so far, as you can see, it doesn't really do much. You can wrap in checked block, and not sure what version it is. Yeah, I have a very old version. Now you're jumping by the highest bus, right? Well, yeah. So I start iterating, I start brute forcing from the biggest bus, that's for sure. Imagine taking 3 minutes. I mean, we're only at like 7. We cannot compute 7. How much will it take to compute 8 and then 9? But maybe... Yeah, it stopped blinking because it's an Emacs. It stops blinking when it goes into idle mode, right? It goes into idle mode, and it's a separate state of the Emacs. Yeah. Okay, so this doesn't work for me. Did it even work for anyone else, this approach? Because I'm not sure. What am I doing wrong? Alright, we can try to do unsigned long. By the resaving mode, yeah, pretty much. So what's interesting about an idle mode is that it's a special, it generates a special event. Thank you for the raid, Christian Barpart. Welcome to the stream raiders. So it generates a special event, and you can hook up on Emacs switching to idle mode and start doing things in the background while user is not using Emacs. And for example, there are some tasks like auto-saving. It can, like, basically, if you idle Emacs for a while, there's a special function that basically auto-saves your file if you're away. And you can write custom functions that only work when the user is not using Emacs, for the background stuff. And you can also hook up to the events when you unidle to stop doing something. So it's actually quite cool. So long and what the fuck? long to unsigned long. I'm not sure if it's gonna really work well, but I'm gonna just replace every... I don't think it's gonna work, because... Yeah, this is not how it works. Wait, C sharp unsigned long. How do you do that in C sharp? It's a U long. Okay, that makes sense, to be fair. Just easier to parse. So yeah, it is actually. Let's go replace long, U long. My favorite type of tea, U long. Very fresh joke, by the way. Very fresh joke. And not really helping, as you can see. It's not really helping. It's still slow. It is still slow. Okay. You figured it out? So what's wrong with that? I literally don't see that, I'm sorry. Console right line. Oh shit, okay. So I just want to see how quickly it like grows. You're subtracting the period for n plus 1 buses with the period of n buses. You are subtracting the period for n plus 1 buses with the period for n buses. Oh shit. Wait a second. Oh yeah, I guess. Are you liking C sharp? It's not a bad language. It's an old C sharp and I'm okay with that. But the newer C sharp seems to have even more interesting, useful feature. I would like to try the modern latest C sharp because it does look interesting. Okay, so I see what you mean. I see what you mean, Zhang. Thank you so much. So, all right. So let me try to do it like that then. Let me try to rethink this entire stuff. No found variable now. Well, because it's moved to here. Okay, so u long t1 then is gonna be t0 plus the step, right? And that's gonna be the new step then. I'm just trying to. This is the new step. All right, cool. You're subtracting the period for n plus. But I'm not really subtracting. Oh, I see. Okay. All right, I'm gonna write this single iteration here. Okay, let me start over. T0, this is T1. T0 plus step, and this is the step. And the new step is that. That means that T is here. All right. So 3. Okay, that was really strange. It took way too much time. What is it printing though? Oh, it's printing the step after the loop. Step after the loop, okay. Is that what it's printing? Okay, it's calculating the last thing here, I think, which is equal to 7, and it's actually struggling very much. Alright, so, oh, goddamn, Emacs, go back to where you were, okay. Right, console, right line. Oh, I wish I had a little bit more fresh head right now. It stops at 7, and at 7 it actually gets stuck really, really badly. You're like 99% with probably. I just need to get the corner cases right. Like yeah. T0 should start at T. Oh shit, God fucking damn it. I didn't notice that. I didn't mean. Okay, so it was some sort of a. But it doesn't work. Okay. Yes, I'm extremely tired. Yes, I'm already making mistakes that have nothing to do with the idea. I'm just making stupid mistakes. For fuck's sake. Oh my god, this was such a... I'm already streaming for more than 4 hours and my brain is going crazy. Okay, so thank you so much. Oh, yeah, okay. Jiang, you're the fucking hero. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you for being there. Thank you. Thank you so much. First try. Yes. Thank you so much. Oh my god. I love you all. Really. I guess that was interesting. To be fair, I didn't learn anything today. At all. It is actually first try, believe it or not. Yes, it is actually first try. Technically. So I was hoping to actually learn something new today. At least the Chinese cartoons theorem. But apparently I didn't even learn that. What I learned is that I'm dumb. So that's what I learned so far. So yeah, thank you so much everyone who helped me. I really appreciate that. And thank you everyone who did not help me. I also appreciate you as well. I appreciate all of you. God fucking damn it, that was kind of cool. In the Twitch chat, mathematicians are completely I wouldn't say, I don't know. Mathematicians, they live in their own world, and yeah. Sorry, it wasn't helpful. Don't worry about it. I was just being me. Computation by sieving. That's a pretty interesting name. Why you shave the head? There's an explanation for that. Yeah, here's the explanation. Thank you so much. It's like a very pragmatic decision. And to be fair, another interesting thing that I don't really want to talk about, but I really enjoy how I didn't have to gather all of my fucking hair when I'm cleaning up the apartment. It's so fucking nice. So because there's so much fucking hair all around, all the fucking time. And it's super nice to not have that, so it just makes it easier to clean the apartment. It's so dumb, but it is what it is. Okay, I'm a lazy person, what can I say? Let's do the following thing. So it was a solution 13. Good skull for going. Yeah, I was actually quite surprised with the shape of my skull, that it's kind of okay for being bald. So, okay, day 13. All right, thank you so much everyone who helped me to solve this thing, because yeah, and especially sorry for being salty all the time, because yeah, it's just me being me. So inspiring, they planned it all along. Yeah. So we didn't finish yet. There's a solution in C#. So do we have an official website for C#? Because we need to officially commit this solution. What's the official website for C#? There's a C#.net. Did you guys know that? It redirects to docs Microsoft. Okay, so but we can give the link to C#.net then. When you're mathematicians and not being helpful, don't worry about that. I was just, you know, was pulling your leg. Mathematicians are useful sometimes. The problem is that quite often mathematicians think in their own framework that they got used to, and it's kind of difficult for them to start thinking outside of that framework and start explaining the ideas behind all of that rather than the framework itself. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah. It's like programmers who can only program in React, right? So without React, they cannot do anything. They need this framework. And the same situation here. You think in terms of that framework, and it's kind of difficult to get outside of it. And I understand that, believe it or not, because I am the same person, right? I think in my own framework, and remember how I was frustrated with mathematicians using their modular notation? And this is because exactly the same reason. I cannot start thinking outside of my framework. There are even a lot of frameworks actually. Yeah, I know that. So install Mono. So yeah, I'm using Mono actually, fortunately. Yes, I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but okay. Mono programming. Is that some sort of a disease? I never heard of it, to be fair. I hope I didn't offend anyone. Didn't mean to. Okay. Not even .NET Core. Yeah, I already saw it now. So I'm using Debian, and I'm not even sure if I have Core. So yeah, I went with the safest option, just installed Mono. Because I felt like to install .NET Core on Debian, I would have to actually, well, yeah, I googled that a little bit, and I had to add the Microsoft repositories, like additional Microsoft repositories, and I just didn't want to do that, so I decided to go with the easiest option. So I do know that I'm supposed to use .NET Core, but I was just being too lazy. Yeah, I'm sorry. Install Mono and make sure MCS, which is the Mono C# compiler, is available in. You can always download binary tarball. Maybe you should try that. And then make. Alright, so do I need to git ignore something? Yes, I do need to git ignore something. Oh, by the way, this solution will work for everything, for both of the samples and input.txt. We can even check that. Yeah, there you go, it works for everything here. Which is quite fun, right? Because for the sample, yeah, it's okay. Hotspots. You want to see something pretty cool? You probably didn't see that. When you try to compile CS with MCS, like this is how I compile that. I just call MCS main.cs. It produces an exe file. Look at the type of that file. It's a PE32 executable assembly for MS Windows. And look, another thing, I'm trying to call this thing on an input. I'm just calling it like that. And it works. I'm executing PE executable files for Microsoft Windows on Linux. And I have no idea how it works. Somebody in the chat actually tried to explain me how it works, and it has something to do with the interpreter. It's not shebang. There is no shebang. It's literally classical PE executable with MZ magic at the beginning of it. So it has something to do with like interpreters or something like that. You can also build it from source. Yeah, building from source is not the most interesting thing to do, but maybe I'll give it a try. Wine? Maybe it has something to do with wine, but yeah. But how are you supposed to actually execute these things. There is executable called mono, which accepts this kind of things. So you're supposed to do it like that. Yeah, this is how you're supposed to use it. It's kind of similar to JVM. So if you have like Java, but for the mono you have to do it like that. So mono will just start virtual machine for you and start interpreting and executing it. So yeah, somebody actually, can you give me the binary somehow? I guess I can, but where can it put it? Just send it on Discord, I guess. By the way, speaking of, join our Discord for offline discussion with the community. So I'm gonna go to the bot shrine, and can I attach a file? I'm gonna attach it to the bot shrine. Okay, I hope fucking this shit gets me every time. Okay, so AOC, yes, 13. Yeah, I do remember. Yeah, I do remember that. I'm gonna take a look at that a little bit later. So yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna do something like Windows XP. Cool. Nice. Cool. All right. So now it's available for everyone. I want to do this. I'm kind of scared to do this kind of things on the stream. I'm kind of scared to do things that I don't know what they do on the stream. So I'm really sorry. I'm not sure what bin FMT means. So I need to research that first. All right. So what I want you to do, I want you to git ignore this entire stuff. Git ignore main.exe. As a matter of fact, I can just ignore any exe files. And all right, 13. Add solution for day 13, and yeah, there we go. 4.5 hour stream. Yeah. So yeah, managed to solve that, and both of the times it was first try. First try, but I mean, whatever. So you can find all of my solutions here. For part 2, like it's the one, it's basically brute forcing but with increasing step, right? So essentially I have a thing called next line up. I have the list of buses, and basically I check if the n first buses line up. It's basically what I described to you. Did you implement the solution though, Nuffly? But I can't implement it. Okay. So I have a separate function, separate helpful function that implements the basic operation of checking whether n first buses line up. Right, once you abstract it away, you can easily reason about that. Well, if you have a fresh head, because I don't, so I was struggling with that, but anyway. So you provide how many buses you want to line up. Thank you, Togglebit, for raiding. Thank you, and raiders, welcome to the stream. We are programming in C# on Linux, and I kind of enjoying it, by the way. I'm kind of enjoying it, it's not gonna lie. C# is not a bad language. I'm definitely liking C# more than Java. It's a better language than Java, and I'm using Linux for 10 years as my daily driver. Think about it. And I also worked as a Java enterprise developer. So, and that's my opinion on C#. It's definitely a better language than Java, 100%. I will try again. Okay, so once you have this basic operation, nice haircut. Thank you so much. I did Java 2, good life since then. So you check if the n first line up, starting from a particular timestamp and stepping like with a particular step. And this is relatively easy to implement, right? And then you just do this operation, like keep increasing the n and checking what's the next step. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So the most important step here is abstract away that operation of checking whether the things line up, right? Once you do that, the entire algorithm is just this, right? So you like increasing the level of abstraction. I have to go and make a gingerbread house with my kid now, but have a good stream, Sojing, and thanks everyone. Thank you for wishing me a good stream, and yeah, you have a good time. I'm a guy that can speak English. I don't speak English, I'm sorry. Has evolved quite a lot. It's actually usable now. Yeah, I actually like wanted to use some of the features that I googled up, but I couldn't because I'm using very old version of C#. As a matter of fact, I'm using Mono, believe it or not. I'm just literally using MCS, and it's like a very old version of C#, but it's already better than Java. So, and yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, not gonna lie. So because, for example, I wanted to use like tuples and also tuples with named fields, but I didn't have that, so I had to create this class, which is meh. The netcore is fun, but yeah, I'll have to install it or maybe build it. Okay, I think the solution is finally available. The solution is finally available. It's here. You can check it out here. So yeah, so as you can see, we're using a different language every day. Not every day, but for every problem. And I'm not gonna lie, I kind of running out of languages because I think I already checked all of the languages that I'm really familiar with, and I'm going into the territory of languages that I never programmed before. But C# turned out to be PHP. Okay. The next problem is gonna be in PHP. Sure. I'm okay with that. Do I even have PHP right now? Do I even have PHP? Let me see. Oh shit, I think I do. It's a PHP 7. Is it okay if it's a PHP 7? We're gonna do Julia and Lisp as well, don't worry about that. And maybe even Wasm. Wasm is actually high level enough to be comfortable to program in. Maybe basic as well, why not? Yeah. So do I have to use 7.3 or do I have to use 8? I'm not sure if 8 is stable enough. Count point. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think it's a little bit cheating. And speaking of Prolog, I might consider using something like SWI Prolog. Have you guys heard about SWI Prolog? This one. This is actually like production-ready Prolog that people like using like in seriously, quite seriously, and yeah. It might be actually feasible to do a problem in that particular language. Even though, to be fair, doing real-world development in Prolog is essentially fighting with its backtracking. Because Prolog was not really developed as a general-purpose language, right? It was not developed as a general-purpose language, it was developed as a language for querying knowledge from facts and rules. So you have facts, you have rules, and you want to, derive some sort of knowledge out of that system, right? And it uses the backtracking mechanism to check all of the possible solutions for the equation you give it to extract the knowledge. And if you want to use it as a regular programming language, what you essentially do, you're just fighting with that backtracking all the time. It's like programming in Haskell. Instead of programming in Haskell, what you do is just you fighting with its laziness. So yeah. With no hair programming in C#, I have officially seen everything. Well, yeah. What can I say? I have nothing much to say. But people say it suits me, so I'm okay with that. Anyways, so again, check out the solution here, and I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. So yeah, this is the most difficult problem so far. And it didn't even require any special knowledge. What it required is to not listen to the chat and just try to come up with my own solution. Oh, Pascal, yes, I also have Pascal. So today's stream was really fun. I really enjoyed C#. I really enjoyed talking to you guys and interacting with you on the problem. But unfortunately, it is time for me to go. Thanks everyone who's watching me right now. I really appreciate that. Have a good one, and I see you. Guess when I'm gonna see you all? I'm gonna see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow, according to the schedule, we're gonna do Rust development, but since Advent of Code is in place and people apparently like watching me struggling with the Advent of Code problems, I guess first we're gonna try to solve Advent of Code problem, and then if we have enough time, we're going to continue working on the projects. So also check out our schedule. Whole month derailed, yeah, exactly. But I mean, people are watching it, people are liking it, so I'm here to provide. So check out the schedule for more projects we're working on. And also check out our VODs channel, where we archive all of the recordings of our stream. This stream is going to be there, but tomorrow we upload them on the next day. So make sure to subscribe to this channel if it's more comfortable for you to watch on YouTube, right? So, and also join our Discord server for offline discussion with the community. So, and yeah, while you're waiting a continuation of epic Advent of Code adventures and maybe Rust development, how about we raid somebody? We've been raided several times today, and I think it only makes sense to raid somebody back. Only 2 voids today. Yeah, apparently I don't really type void that often. So yeah, I think it's like my general misconception that I type void way too often. Alright, so who should we raid? Who should we raid? Does anyone have any suggestions on who should we raid? Raid Heresy. I don't know who that is. So we have Begin Bot and we have Dennis. Is Dennis drunk right now? That's the main question. If he's not drunk, I'm gonna raid him. 78 viewers. Okay, so that probably means he's not really drunk. So let's raid Dennis. We haven't raided him for quite some time. Isn't he? No, sometimes he's sober and he's actually explaining. Dennis is drunk. Yeah, I don't want to raid drunk Dennis. So Indie Horror Dev, Begin Bot. All right. So maybe he's doing something interesting. Geek Nerd Linux or Begin. I think we rated Begin Bot before. So let's try to find somebody. I swear to God, Twitch becomes slower and slower every day. What is that? I didn't click on that. I literally didn't click on that. It actually got me there. Okay. So clear the first alpha. Mega Gem. Java. We programmed in C#, so maybe it makes sense to raid Java. Data science. It's in German though. Is anyone doing anything interesting? Game dev. I'll translate, okay. C++ SFML. How about that? About some C++ SFML. Do they have a mic? I cannot hear anything. Do they have a mic? French. All right. So, what can I say, boys and girls? I think I tried. So, where is my music? Where is my music? Yeah, here's the music. All right. That's it for today, boys and girls. That's it for today. Thanks everyone for watching. Love you all. Mwah.